Whoop, whoop, what's up, Bearcats? We're here, we're hanging, we're chilling. It's night one of WrestleMania 41. How y'all doing? Hope you're having a great weekend. Hope you all had a great week. Whoop, whoop. Let's get it, pal. We're going to start a little bit early, giving you guys some time to file in and take your seats. Make sure you sign the NDA, pal. Whoop, whoop. And let's get WrestleMania night one going when they decide to get things going. So, yeah, we found out that Rey is actually, like, Rey Mysterio actually is hurt, so his replacement will be Rey Fenix. Whoop whoop. Wait, hang on. Breaking news. Oh shit, this is huge. Yeah, this news there, we can push Jelly Roll's national anthem to the side for this. Big time news. WWE has purchased AAA. Yes, as in Lucha Libre AAA Worldwide, the same company that Conan is the booker for. Yeah, let's go to their Wikipedia page real quick. In April 2025, it was announced that AAA has been acquired by WWE. Damn. That's big, pal. That is big. All right, I'm going to Newsweek. I'm going to go to Newsweek and read this one. Shortly before WrestleMania 41 kicks off, WWE has officially announced that they acquired the legendary Mexican wrestling promotion Lucha Libre AAA Worldwide, also known as AAA. Yeah, it's official. It is official. Damn. The news was announced with several iconic luchadors around the announcement desk, including Rey Mysterio, Penta, Rey Fenix, Andrade, and many more. AAA was originally founded in 1992 by Antonio Pena and Conan. It has since gone on to become one of the most popular wrestling companies in the world, currently boasting talent like Alberto El Patron, formerly Alberto Del Rio, and El Hijo de Vikingo. At no point, no telling how this will affect either promotion. But they talked about a Worlds Collide event. So let's look that up. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, so Worlds Collide, June 7th. Basically, it'll be AAA versus, I'm going to assume NXT, but we'll see, pal. But that's big, pal. That is some big time news. Yeet, yeet, it's Weeda Mania, pal. What's up, Lab Rat? Good to see you. Whoop, whoop. Dude, so how about that news? You hear that big news that was announced during the pre-show earlier today? WWE TKO has purchased AAA Lucha Libre. Conan, yeah, basically he's not back with the WWE technically. Unless they decide to cut him, but which would be a stupid move if they did. Nice, pal. Dude, that Shakaroni's a delicious pizza. Whoop whoop. Ooh, yeah, with the spicy garlic. Yeah, man, you're eating good tonight, pal. Whoop whoop. I should say you're eating great tonight. Whoop whoop. You took my Damien. Whoop whoop. Yeah, pal. How's everybody doing? Thank you all so much for stopping in. We're here. We're hanging. We're chilling. Whoop whoop. Hey, what's up, game? Good to see you, pal. Whoop whoop. Merry Christmas. Yeah, today is Merry Yeetmas. Whoop whoop. Especially tonight, since it's Yeet Man himself's title change. Or they better put the belt on him because that would completely shit on him. If they don't. How you doing, man? Whoop whoop. We're going to open the show with Triple H. I mean, hit his entrance theme while he's started standing in the ring. Jeez. And of course, the King of Kings one, which I personally find blasphemous. Turn it up a little bit. Whoop, whoop.
Distinct honor to welcome you to Las Vegas.
It's WrestleMania.
Time ever. Right here, right now. By the entire globe, live now.
Yeah, same here, pal.
Welcome to WrestleMania. You are looking live at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada.
It looks like they did a pretty decent job filling the place. Yeah, pal. Whoop, whoop. Wow, they're doing a video game advertisement. Wow, holy shit. Price gouging Jones, pal, indeed. Whoop, whoop. All right, so this is what we're opening with, pal. Jay and Gunther. You got people waving yeet flags, pal. That has to be a fucking rib. He's coming out to the ring wearing a bejeweled jacket that says main event to open the entire event. Man, this is the dude who won the Royal Rumble. Do not misconstrue this as anything against Jay. I'm 100% going after management, creative, and booking. Yes, sir. The area of yeet begins. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, for real. That's a ways to get to the ring, pal. Holy shit. Yeah, like one of those mini carts from WrestleMania 3. That crew, that member production trying to telling Jay, hey, go that way. Dude, even Undertaker would be like, hey, get your ass to the ring. But yeah, these are ridiculously long. Yeah, at least 9 minutes combined. Like, damn, pal.
This is a massive show with massive matches. So honored to be a part of this show. Hey, even the Spanish announcer Marcelo Rodriguez and Jerry Shaw join the league as well. Estamos en vivo con nuestra mesa WrestleMania Así es, gracias a ustedes. Disfruten de WrestleMania. Well, it's not around tonight. We'd like to welcome from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They welcome us.
Oh, damn, pal. Yeah, you're pretty set. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. I'm going to grab some of this pizza. Yeah, for dinner tonight, I got Vet's favorite pizza, pal, Sbarro. Whoop, whoop. I never had one of those. They look pretty tasty. You mean like the Stromboli? We're getting there, pal. But I think he's going to get quick. I think Gunther's going to get in there quickly.
The last couple of weeks, he seemingly has lost himself a little bit, which Introducing first.
Yeah, 20 minutes into the show before we're actually getting into the first match. What the fuck, pal?
And his opponent from Vienna, Austria, weighing 250 pounds. He is the world heavyweight champion, the ring general, Gold. Jey Uso won the 2025 Royal Rumble.
Close enough, pal. Whoop, whoop.
Challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship. We had a lot of people have questioned the decision of why Uso would pick this monster known as Gunther.
Well, it's a mountain to climb from the word go. For the past 3 months, Gunther has been at his brutalist worst. It looked like it crumbled Jey Uso from the off, but the last 2 weeks, we've seen a very different version of main event Jey.
You win the Royal Rumble, you have an opportunity to be a world champion. No matter who you face, it's going to be tough. This one might be the toughest of them all.
Talked a lot over the past couple of weeks. The fact that after bloodying and bludgeoning Jey Uso's brother Jimmy, that Gunther sent Jey Uso into another space, into another plane. Jey Uso's been intense. Jey Uso has been focused, and perhaps, Wade, for the first time, Gunther has lost some control of the situation. Yeah, it's been a morphing act by Jey Uso, and that morphing act has completely rattled the champ. Everything Gunther thought he knew about Jey Uso has gone out the window.
I think everything Jey Uso thought he knew about Jey Uso has gone out the window. Feels like a new person as of late, as we wait each other out here a little bit on the big stage.
The problem for Jey, I mentioned before, 0-3 in one-on-one matches with Gunther back in 2024 when Jey Uso was the Iron Man in the Rumble that year.
It started
15 minutes before being eliminated by Gunther. We're underway. Are you surprised, Wade, that Jey Uso went for the collar and elbow tie-up to start this match?
The set of Jey Uso may have appeared to have changed over the past 2 weeks.
Physically, he's still
Yeah, Jey definitely has a shelf life. Unless he figures out how to, unless he somehow adapts and evolves. Whoop, whoop.
Got a new neck tap, so physically he's different as well coming in here. And I think what Gunther just realized was, wait a minute.
WWE for Jey Uso. He's quick. He's a veteran. Looking to outsmart Gunther here tonight, which I'm not sure you could do against the ring in general.
Well, Gunther leaves no stone unturned in his preparation, especially for the biggest matches here at WrestleMania. Jey Uso simply cannot outmaneuver the champ physically.
If you're Gunther, you want to try to pound and pound Uso tonight.
Absolutely. Gunther's trying to push everything in sight.
He can go to the top of Uso with his quickness moves out of the way. And Jey Uso, the short tackle of his own, chopped by Gunther.
Whoop, whoop.
Curry drops the champ again. And again, Gunther has to roll out of the way and try to reassess the situation.
Step up insecurity gives Jey a little bit of peace here.
Well, here's the shocking moment. That huge chop from Gunther there. Jey just ate it. It rattled him, but he didn't go down. Look at the big Austrian. 870 days as the NXT UK champion. 66 days as the Intercontinental champion. 258 days now as the world champion, winning back at SummerSlam. Wow.
Hey, watch him just take a step back there once the eating started here in Las Vegas, and maybe it is that the whole stadium forgets.
Being a former NFL player, explain to us the importance of the momentum of the crowd to help your team.
Yeah, momentum's a real.
Momentum of the crowd, pal.
Don't really know
know how to explain it. The vibes are good, and they're going, oh, confidence is on. They go into the cover now. Jay forced to kick out. I'm not sure you want to try to overpower Gunther here.
Yeah, I guess you're overestimating the importance of crowd noise when it comes to Gunther. A lot of people, yes, it's just built so different. He's got the granite mindset.
Dude, popping knuckles, I enjoy. It's like having refreshable bubble wrap under your skin.
Jay's chest tonight, I think we're going to hear maybe for the first time, alarming. But that right hand that that Austrian man can do, he's devastated. Body sign from Jey Uso. Gunther backing up into the corner again, and Jey Uso caught it. And Jey now stuck in the roll. Gunther, the champion, could be in some trouble. Gunther was not expecting. Oh, chop will stop Jey in his tracks as he tumbles and falls to the floor. That's what I was talking about just moments ago.
It's been 100 miles
Whoop, whoop.
from Jey Uso. On occasion, but changes everything.
And again, another look at this chop. It's his finisher. Boom! If he hits it, it could be over immediately. And remember, guys, no hurry for Gunther here. He's got the champion's advantage. Jey must pin or submit Gunther to win the title.
This is the pace that Gunther likes. It was that 100 miles an hour stuff from Jey Uso that was playing into Uso's game plan. Now this is all back to the drawing board.
Gunther goes 6-4.
Damn, Bailey's hurt too. And to be fair, Becky would actually make sense as a partner for Lyra. Because they've actually established, like before Becky left, they established on camera her and Lyra are friends. So yeah, that would actually make sense. Yeah, dude, that's some big time news right there. WWE owns AAA, pal.
From Jey Uso. Physically, he's exactly the same, and now he's getting dominated by Gunther. This was inevitable.
You don't think that affected Gunther emotionally at all?
Until the bell rings, and then something switches in the mind of
AAA. Oh, so it was an angle. Okay.
The dominance of Gunther didn't want to believe. He wanted to believe in Jey. And Jey, spear! He comes out of there with the spear. Chase down, skill away. Over Gunther, who's got to kick it too. If you're the champion, that's going to knock you on. Yeah, and if everything you're saying, Wade, is true, then Jey Uso didn't just spear Gunther out of his boots and almost won the title right here in Las Vegas.
Take another look at this. Spear, that's too big action, but to be honest, Gunther absorbed it, kicked out at exactly the right moment, keeps the match alive. And really, Jey Uso took too long to follow it up.
Yeah, you got to wonder if Jey got all that spear. Full momentum, but Jey's still fighting back. And Gunther seems to be. Jey Uso's back in charge.
Yep, technically he now does, unless he's already quit, and we don't know. We just don't know about that yet. That kind of makes me wonder, how long did Conan know that was in the works? Like, how long did he know that deal? How long did he know that they were talking and that whole thing, those gears were turning, that ball was rolling?
Looking to take control. Jey Uso, top rope now for Gunther. Jey Uso across the ring.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. It would make sense they've already buried that hatch. Because I've heard Conan talk about how I think it's like last year's WrestleMania, how he bumped into Bruce and they, had some exchange pleasantries and they were cool. Plus with him inducting Ray at the Hall of Fame. Yeah, he could absolutely have been a bridge to that. 100%.
What a night tonight at Allegiant Stadium. We kick off WrestleMania Saturday with the World Heavyweight title on the line. 60,000 will be in this building. Gets slapped by Gunther, drops Jay again. And now Gunther looking to deliver yet another power bomb to Jey Uso. Jey
Drop that heaviest artillery, and it simply hasn't worked. Jay hits into the blitz with this.
Yeet.
Pulling it up with that iconic splash. But Gunther is the champ for a reason, and this one lives on.
And it's interesting because both of them have hit their finishers, their Uso splash and the power bomb. And you got to believe his frustration, I should say, starting to set in for Gunther.
What the hell's Gunther doing? He's taking his back ball and going home.
This world title. And Jey Uso, Uso belt is a weapon. Jey Uso with a belt to the face. Gunther now going up to the top rope. Gunther with a splash. Gunther looking retained. He's steeled and smashed up. Kicking action.
Is there anything left in Jey Uso?
And now the frustration is setting in with him. Gunther realized that was his opportunity. Now locking in the sleeper. His choke is locked in.
This looks very similar to what was happening to Jimmy a couple weeks ago.
Indeed, and Jey Uso was forced to watch as his brother was choked out a bloody mess in the center of the ring. WWE is trying to rally Jey Uso some way, somehow. Jey trying to make it to the rope. Gunther going to turn it around now and lock it in.
The eyes of Jey Uso slowly fading. This is the last roll of the dice, and he can't get to the rope.
Jey trying to make it to the rope. Gunther doing a nice job blocking. Oh no! Brings it back to the center of the ring, and that was just a matter of time.
Squeezing the soul out of the body of Jey Uso, still struggling.
Whoop, whoop.
By Jey, into the ropes, the official gives Gunther a 5 to break.
I thought that was it, Wade. I thought Gunther was going to do what he's done so many times in the past, and that's just make Jey Uso go night, night.
We ain't night quite yet, but things are getting incredibly close.
Gunther screaming at Uso, obviously frustrated, trying to figure out what he needs to do to put Jey away. A couple of vicious knees to the jaw of Jey Uso, and another chop. And Gunther's ticked off right now.
You get hit with a title, your brain is scrambled. Jey Uso at this point completely defenseless. I'm starting to question the likelihood of Jey Uso's ongoing aliveness.
You saw the official, Sean Bennett, again, checking on Jey Uso. Jey says, just bring it. And now another chop by Gunther. Uso is laughing. Jey Uso is laughing at the chops from Gunther.
Jey Uso said, you know the family I grew up in, you think you're going to be able to out-tough me?
And another one walks right into that. Drops Jey to the knees. Not sure that was wise, but to your point, Jey might not have a clue where he's at.
You're like, oh, all you want. Imminently, Jey Uso is going to start looking like Jimmy did several weeks ago.
That's a really good point. Gunther promised he would bloody and bludgeon and batter Jey Uso in this match tonight.
Gunther waiting for Jey to get back in his...
Whoop, whoop.
By Uso, world champ, to the left arm and a shot to Jey.
Caving the...
Another time.
At this point, Jey Uso clearly is not thinking like the normal Jey Uso. To keep a close eye on this. Part of the job of the referee is to protect competitors when they can't protect themselves.
It's a championship fight. Jey Uso's nowhere near quit.
Jey fighting back. That's a physical, vicious championship matches. And all jumpers here in Las Vegas.
All righty, pal. I think it's time for a little smoky toky in honor of WWE acquiring AAA. And we'll see where this means in the future, pal. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Yeet.
Jey Uso basically hitting Gunther's greatest hits. Clothesline, that German suplex. Gunther, whatever he expected to do, it certainly was not this.
There's a great game plan developed here by Jey Uso. And that's that big sort of drop kick. Drops another one.
Yeah, that should be interesting, pal. Hopefully they learn their lessons from the invasion and they're not going to do the same shit they did before.
Powerbomb to the ring general.
Told us Pat McAfee showed Friday how proud he was of Jey Uso in this opportunity tonight.
Yeah, that makes it. Yeah, that makes the whole thing with TNA NXT even more interesting because now Triple A's involved in this. So that just opens even more possibilities and opportunities.
About to be world champion.
Yep, Psycho Clown, pal. Gunther tapped. That's how he went under. He tapped. Man. It could have been a 1, 2, 3. But yeah, you know who else is on the roster too? It was actually their current main champion. That's going to cause some problems, pal, especially with a certain section of the fan base, that of course being Alberto El Patron. Yeet. Hey, what's up, Gross? Good to see you, pal. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, me either. I mean, I knew Jay was going over. I just didn't think it was going to be by tap out. Like he beat Gunther with his own shit, pal. Hey, what's up, pal?
Yee! 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 What a way to kick it! LFT. Let's go, Brent. What's up, buddy?
Not much, man. How you doing, pal?
I'm doing all right. Want to make my first RBV run in of the WrestleMania weekend with you, man, brother. What a way to open up. What are your? I didn't get to catch. You're going live there at the open. I just wanted to take in the spectacle, take in the intros. What an awesome freaking atmosphere we got there in Vegas for WrestleMania 41.
Man, I like the match. It's just unless they do what Gam just said by having Gunther go batshit crazy and just start killing people and losing his mind. That's the only way they can salvage his character after this finish. Like he tapped out to he tapped to his own move.
You're absolutely fine. This is the moment. I think this could be very telling to.
He froze.
What needs somebody on top to carry one of these is a baby face. I got that feeling Cena's walking away with that thing, but you want moments. WrestleMania is about moments. You had that grand entrance. Yeet, the 60,000 plus there with the entrance. And now you got the brothers. That their journey through WWE, a true bloodline, to be able here to one of them to claim this crown, man. This is a pretty cool moment for them.
This is very cool. I will say this is a very cool moment.
And it's, Jimmy T kept getting me on. It's like, dude, man, let's do a prediction show. It's one of the reasons I don't like prediction shows, because you get in your own head, and especially with something like WrestleMania. Look at the spectacle here, man. Look at that. It's about the moments at Mania.
Right. And when you get in your own head and what you're expecting to happen doesn't happen, you get disappointed.
Yes. Dude, I got to tell you, I changed my setup here where I'm staying at now, man. I've got the big screen here, like a 55-inch right above my workstation here, man. So I feel like I'm right there, baby. It's awesome.
Nice, pal.
Hey, I see the chat, man. Russ, thanks for joining us earlier with the Smack Attack. We had a lot of fun. I haven't seen Lab Rat and Wolfers in a while. Good to see the Army.
We're here, pal. Whoop whoop.
Hey, I know I'm preaching to the choir, Brandon. I know the hours that you carry each and every week with all the watch along. My plan, I'm going to be popping in and out for the watch along here with you tonight, tomorrow night. I got the post game review with MET. I did this morning. I'm going to try to do a little pre-show tomorrow afternoon as well. But I mean, that's cool. You get the exit right there through the. Did they do an announcement yet? I heard that they got right around that 60,000 for night one.
Yeah, they have not officially announced the official attendance yet.
I know we'll get it eventually here. Hey, they're getting as many heads in to say they keep counting them right now.
Yeah. Exactly right. People probably still getting in.
Hey, I just hope, in all seriousness here, hey, if the Usos are going to go party tonight, you can walk anywhere in Vegas. There's plenty of transportation. Jimmy, do not drive tonight. Jimmy, do not drive tonight. Hey, it's all right. I know we give a lot of people in the wrestling community. I know not here with the HMG. We know how to make some jokes. We know how to take some jokes. But we've seen it with the press row comments. There's a lot of the left-leaning, the left-yeeting internet fans that can't take jokes, that get offended easy. But, I can make alcoholic jokes because I'm recovering one, so I'm okay with that, Hey, all right. They already got that perfect product placement.
Yes, apparently one of the main sponsors of this event is that new Fatal Fury game, and they brought out the dude who did the music for it to play Jey Uso out.
Yeah, that was pretty cool because I didn't recognize him at first. They explained it there. They did a nice job of that, which was a nice touch. Are you streaming? Are you watching through Peacock?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got the peak. Yeah,
so I can turn.
Oh, damn, we got it. We got a third run in, pal. Whoop whoop.
Oh, the vet in the house, baby.
What's up,
yeah.
fellas?
He's eating out there on that West Coast.
Oh yeah. Well, I just woke up. What'd I miss?
We got a new champ.
A new champ.
We in the universe. Jey Uso, dethrones Gunther.
Oh, okay. What do you guys think about that?
I like it. It create the visuals here are what they wanted, Vet, and Mania is about those big moments, especially in the open. I'm a big event guy. I get lost in the spectacle of these things, so I'm happy with it.
Good. Good for him. Good for the Uso that hasn't screwed up his whole career,
Yeah. Before you just got here, I said, hey, I hope they go have fun tonight. There's a lot. You can walk in Vegas. There's a lot.
Just don't drive. Just don't drive afterwards.
Jimmy, don't drive. Jimmy, don't drive, baby.
Fuck. Man.
You know what? Is Veta saying no? Everybody's questioning. Okay, is this the right move? So many times that we see when they have a big title change at a WrestleMania, they don't have a game plan for that individual going forward. Like with Kofi, just kind of sat in limbo for months last year. We've seen it with Kofi, with Daniel Bryan. You get that awesome moment, but they don't have anything for him.
Cody. Basically, okay, here's AJ Styles for your first challenger, huh?
Is that who it was? I don't even remember. Yeah, they hurried it up, and for some reason they had like an I Quit match or some shit.
I mean, if you were to hear me tell it, they didn't have a plan for Jay after he won the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, right. Like, okay, we got 8 weeks to figure this out.
Yeah, and then they figured it out. They tried to figure it out all at once, and then they had to coast for like 7 more weeks. And I was the one that was saying that what they should have done was they should have played out Jay's decision of which championship to go for a lot longer. That way, they wouldn't have had to stretch out this bullshit with him and Walter, and it wouldn't have been so bad.
Thank you, Lab Rat.
Lab Rat in the house, testing out donations.
So what do we see there? We got the tag championship up next.
That's right.
War Raiders and New Day.
I'll be honest with you guys here. I know you guys watch a ton of wrestling. One of the ones that I don't follow as closely, or I just zoom through, is Raw. I'm not a fan of this move to Netflix. I can't get used to the watching style.
What do you mean by style?
I feel like, okay, so I'm still one of those people. I like to watch wrestling as it's happening, as it's airing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but when I feel like when I go to Raw on Netflix, I feel like I'm in a Netflix jail. I don't have that freedom to flip around and look at other things while I'm watching wrestling. You're just locked into that streaming service.
Yep, Disco's actually said the exact same thing on his show.
So but then when I go back to watch the next day, by the time I get that free time in the afternoon, I've either listened to Big Ray and Jimmy T or break it down on I Like It Raw, or I've caught all the highlights on social media, so I don't feel the urgency to have to go really watch everything. And even if I do, I get through the show in like 35 minutes.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the negatives of how their platform and airing and streaming structure works. I got a prediction. I think New Day goes over when Big E turns heel and goes, you know what? Y'all were right.
That's interesting. I was just going to ask you guys, they were kind of getting on Big E about New Day on the pre-show, some of the things I caught early on in that. So there could, he was doing the new show act to get the crowd hyped up. Cole and McAfee were taking some shots at him there. So it'd be interesting to see if maybe we get some kind of payoff with their split in either direction.
Yeah, New Day needs to win this, and if they don't, they wasted everything they've done.
Right, and where do they go from there? They're pretty much in no man's land.
We need to get back to like the 10 years ago, the sort of like hold the tag team titles hostage reign that they had, where they just dominated everybody for so long. With or without Big E, however they do it. But if you just turned him heel just to turn him heel, then it's a complete misunderstanding of their characters and everything that storytelling's about.
And a complete waste of everything you put into it.
Yeah, it's just because they didn't get much. They didn't really get much out of the turn.
They didn't.
Like from the turn till today, what we've basically seen was these guys be high profile jobbers with heat, which is like, what? Okay.
Oh,
but
have you seen that? I know you're just waking up, and it just broke during.
Yeah.
Did you see that WWE has purchased AAA from Mexico?
Yeah, I did. I saw that. I don't even know what the fuck that means, so I'm not even going to comment on it.
It means one of the
they own it.
developments in the world.
Right,
there,
but I know what they say it means, but I don't know what that literally means. Like I don't.
Right, and there's a lot of details.
What are you going to do with AAA? Like, what? What are you going to do? You're just going to
I'm excited.
operate it independently, or?
That's interesting. Is it going to become like a sub, a development or something? But I just want to see El Grande Americano go down there, win their top prize, and redub it the Mega Championship instead of just the Mega with an A championship.
Well, yes, that makes sense. But like, well, I would my question would just be, you could have. I mean, the WWE's holding all the cards, right?
See what you did there, huh?
So they don't need to purchase anything. All they have to do is say, "Hey, we want to do this," and every company's going to bend over backwards to do it, with little financial cost to them. So if they wanted to, if they told AAA like, "Hey, guess what? We want Chad Gable to go down there and win the championship and call it the MAGA Championship," they would just do that anyway without you having to spend money on them.
Because they know that would increase their stock right there, because all of a sudden they got a WWE guy winning their title and
Right.
getting mega heat with it with his character.
Right? But I mean, I don't know. So I don't get it, but I hope to learn what their point was, in the coming months.
I did read a little bit of it. It said as part of, I forgot who it was, one of the main point guys in the purchase or the deal, said it's something that's been in the works for several years.
Well, they had tried back in, I think, going all the way back to what was it, 07, 17, something like that. I know there was a 7 involved. They tried it. It had fallen through. We got the challengers making their entrance into the ring here, waiting the champs. Pretty cool jacket.
Oh, I think they point out on commentary what it's supposed to be. It's like a throwback to Giant Gonzalez. Remember the airbrush suit that he wore at WrestleMania 9?
Nice.
That he wore all the time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my bad.
No, it was funny. They were talking about the how that was intended to look on a pretty good documentary you can get right here on the cock, where they were at WrestleMania 9, obviously in Vegas, and how the vision of that suit, they were like, man, this is going to be pretty badass. But when it came to life, it was like, oh my God, what the hell did we do?
They put an ass crack on it.
Well, you gotta be anatomically correct.
Yeah. He's a heel. You got to give him an asshole.
Yeah.
Harvey Whippleman wasn't a big enough asshole for him, so he had to actually give him one.
Oh man. Yeah, that's interesting. So you watched that documentary, Rick?
Yeah, just caught it yesterday, actually.
Pretty good.
I enjoyed it. It's with those things, there's a lot. It's rare that we learn some new things, but it was kind of cool to at that time that was so different and new, especially to the talents to have cameras around, and how it was kind of freaking them out a little bit. They didn't really know how to act. Every little move that they make wasn't being filmed for some other purpose there.
Have you noticed? Because I haven't really watched anything they've done. So, but for this documentary and other things, have you noticed that if the sort of these documentary style things, are they like a little more let's see, how you know how they used to be, where it was nothing but glad handing and self-filleting and like rewriting history and covering up, like editing, making sure everybody look good. Do they show their ass a little bit more now? Are they a little bit more honest about stuff than they were? Maybe not perfect, but like at least not as like corny and like pointless as they had been in the past?
It's still the we got to give the most positive spin on these things. And what's kind of unique in this one is back then, because this was one of the first times that they had started shooting behind the scenes. So They didn't go in with the precursor narrative. They knew they were doing that, but they still find every which way to twist what they got going on. Then I know Lab Rat was asking over there. I was curious myself, did you get to watch NXT this morning?
starting this match for the War Raiders?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, but I think I got everything sufficiently spoiled, so.
Uh-huh. I enjoyed it. I sat down, I was trying to like do some other things, just cleaning, chores, things like that, but it ended up great. It pulled me in. It held me. So I guess that's a positive.
Do you get to watch NXT much?
Raiders are so damn
And I actually like NXT.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's one of my programs. It's probably my favorite weekly program to actually sit down and where I'll actually stare at the television for a good 75% of the show.
Because I'm looking for my replacement on Next Level. So if you ever like to shuffle up your schedule a little bit, let me know.
Well, that's I get hit by a refrigerator.
I can't. NXT is so it's for children. I cannot seriously I feel like I could contribute nothing to the reviewing of the product anymore.
Now, see, that's where to replace you is going to be the difficult task because you bring such a unique element that we don't have. Very few that we have on our platform can do. When you're doing those review shows, you got to have somebody that has that eye for it. And I love our talking heads. I think I have a wealth of knowledge about professional wrestling, but to sit there and be able to break down a match like that, man, no one does it like you, Ben. You're one of the best out there.
That's true. Well, I don't do it though. That's the problem. When I do the NXT, there's nothing to break down. I mean, they're just. It's either there's a baseline level of competency, but then it's homogenized. So like to try to really like break it down in a way, it would be like every match I would have to start from scratch, and then that would have to be a podcast in itself. So I can't do that. So I have to like
remaking of NXT.
Yeah, I'd have to be more generalized. But then what would happen is I would be saying the same thing about every match, because they have these distinct human beings with distinct personalities, and sometimes their characters even match their personality, if you can imagine that. But then their matches are all the same. Like
you can tell that training mode that they're going through the same classes with each other, working the same matches. And there isn't a whole lot of uniqueness about it.
I see the same thing for AEW though. I see the same thing for TNA. I see the same thing for WWE. Like everybody just has they just do their moves and then the match is over. There's hardly anything different about, and I hear myself sounding like the guy with the fanny pack and the cigarette saying, "Oh, these fucking kids these days don't know how to work." I'm aware of that. I know how it sounds. But it's true. I can't. I get it. Like I understand now. Like it's just. I don't know, man. It's hard. Really
I've always been a fan of watching the different developments. Yeah, I was fortunate enough here in Southern Ohio that the Cincinnati Tri-State. I picked you guys up. We had OVW for the longest time up here. And we also had, which was not as involved, but we had HWA, who was a feeder promotion for a while. I believe they worked more extensively with WCW, and then the purchase happened. But HWA had some talents here, so we had they ran shows here. I went to a bunch of those, but we had them on television. We had OVW on television, and we had another local, the Northern Wrestling Federation. So on Saturday mornings I had a 3-hour block of like indie wrestling back in in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s.
Sounds amazing.
Oh, I actually stopped watching the the WWE product
possess.
when, because the OVW had all these future stars coming through there. You had Batista, you had Lesnar, you had Orton, you had Cena.
You told me up. Told me get out of it with a kick right to the face.
Did you know then? Like, could you see?
Perfect place.
Did you see the future stars today?
You know what's funny, and I regularly will joke about that. There are some people back then that I would have bet the house on that we're going to be main eventing. Sitting here as we're watching WrestleMania, and I completely missed on. Like I was a huge Sean Spears guy back then. I loved that program that him and Cody had, from the teaming to the breakup. Aaron Idol, Aaron Stevens. I love the program he was working with Beth Phoenix and Shelly Martinez.
Those cheeks know something bad's
Tox to the Hammer. Those guys were badasses. I love them. I mean, it's just virtual. Rico.
As it was going skyward.
That's the thing about the New Day. It might be down, but they're never out.
And then, they get called up to WWE and everything changes and they fall flat.
Focusing on Idol.
Yeah, because the WWE wasn't. It was like I don't know. I guess I would analogize it by saying if you guys have ever worked at a job where you had headquarters, somewhere, like you work at your job, your location, and somewhere is headquarters, and you get the distinct sense that they have no idea what goes on where you are.
Yes.
Right? And that's exactly what WWE is. Like, they would have these guys down there at OVW. They would get called up, and that would be the day they show up to report for work would be the first day that, say, Vince McMahon is even aware of these people's existence. So they went through this whole thing of like having a gimmick, trying out the gimmick, having people in the office like look at the gimmick, writers and stuff being like, "Ooh, I could work with this. I could work with this. I want to write for this guy. We should bring him up." Chain of messages, telephone, telegram, tele-wrestler, all this stuff, like, and then so-and-so finally comes up, and then Vince McMahon's like, "Who the hell are you?" Like, just completely out of the process whatsoever. Like, and that is the single biggest difference in the regime of today is that Vince McMahon couldn't even be bothered in all the bullshit that he was supposedly busy doing, which we now know what it was. It wasn't anything to do with work. It was the things he was busy doing was like, interns and stuff, right? So
sign this NDA, pal.
Right. Yeah, that's what he was busy. I'm sure still going into the city to get his ridiculously expensive haircuts and whatever, but like nothing to do with like none of that time that he's in cars, on planes, can he just look at an 8x10 of one of the guys in his developmental, not even a video, not even anything. I'm just saying, can you just look at a picture of a guy and say, do you want to see this guy in person? Like, you can't be bothered to even know who you're paying money to. That doesn't matter at all. I cannot relate to that mindset in many ways that I don't relate to that idiot. That's the one I certainly can't. It's like, this is your money and you don't even know where it's going, and then these people show up, you have no idea who they are, you come up with a completely different gimmick on the spot. There you go, New Day. That's how you do it. Grab the leg. So
did he get it?
Yeah, you got it. I may be
Your
a little bit
champs,
ahead.
yeah.
My internet is blazing fast.
Blazing fast, baby. You got it. They're grabbing them belts.
Getting
Get
out,
the hell out of there.
Even though, what are the Viking Raiders going to do?
Yeah, they're going to run them down.
Yeah. So
that's interesting, though. That's interesting. I mean, it's pretty much like you'd say, like you get drafted in baseball as a pitcher, you get called up to the majors, like, hey, you got an arm, you got to play right field.
Yeah, it's pretty much right. I swear. So you think about like the amount of self-sabotage you did to your business for so long. Of like, you had not everybody that they fumbled was like gonna change the world. Like, I understand that. Like, you mentioned the Ox
Yeah, but that's not for the
You
news.
know?
Everything. they
Yeah, that was never going to be a thing.
Right.
No offense to that guy. But I'm just saying, like, he didn't even get a chance. And even so many guys that were in the WWE CW, you know, that didn't, you know, like didn't get it. It's it was really bad. And I often say that time, the time that I chose to be, not chose, I mean, it's just how it ended up, but when I was active in the business, in my opinion, was like the absolute worst time ever, because you had like 100%.
What were your actual years there?
I was actually, you know, only active from 2005 to 2008. But
Wow. Okay.
but during that period of time, it was like, you know, the WWE locker room in particular, they had all of the sort of like all the politicking, the backstabbing, like that sort of, you know, all that illicit stuff that we always heard about as fans and everything like that. That was at an all-time high, and talent was at an all-time low. Like, these were the worst people ever to be the best politickers, backstabbers. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many people that had no business. Like, it was horrible. It was horrible.
Well, I mean, it's just probably, like you said, a short stay, and you're getting the worst of the worst. It's probably just discouraging to even want to be a part of it.
Right. Imagine being like, you know, in my physical prime or whatever, when I was like 26 years old or something, I was 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, like not a working weight, right? 190 shoot pounds. And imagine being told, like, thinking about wrestling's landscape today, imagine being told, like, you're small at 6 foot 190, right?
You're like super heavyweight now.
Yeah. They even announce Ray Phoenix at like 180. You know what I mean? Like they don't even give him the plus 30 pounds, you know?
Hanging out. Yeah, the entertainment capital of the world. It's WrestleMania, and the stars are out.
Speaking of plus 30 pounds, Jelly Roll.
Yeah. You got a couple cruiserweights under that jacket. What's that over his shoulder? Hey, baby.
Obviously, host, writer of SNL. Also special on Netflix, and ladies and gentlemen, the singer, songwriter, legend of the
You guys got a nice slice of pizza.
Jelly Roll is in the
All right, you got your favorite pizza tonight, opinion? Or vet? Yep.
Sparrows? Jesus Christ.
Hey! I was just joking with Ben about that the other day.
Already went through the meatballs, pal. Whoop, whoop.
Rick, you gotta back me up, man. That's the worst pizza that's ever been made on Earth. Right?
Yeah. I actually, I'm doing a little saving. The stuff I got going on with a little treat for myself. I'm going to try to get up to the New York area, New York, New Jersey for SummerSlam. So obviously, you know, Ben and I start going back and forth about the food up there. And I said, hey, I got to get the number one slice in the city, right? Sabaro's there, man. I haven't had it since our
I'll take a
local mall
folded
closed.
up Totino's.
I like a Totino's every now and then, man.
Yeah.
In my defense, that Sabaro's was my first introduction in New York pizza. I've since had way better, and no, there is way better. It's just because it was my first. It's always got a soft spot.
Don't even try to pass that off as any kind of fucking New York fucking pizza, man.
Unless you're talking about what it would, unless you're talking about what it would taste like if you knelt down and licked New York.
Yeah.
Then it's New York pizza.
The old
like a urine stained subway car, yeah. Yeah, that's a New York pizza.
The taste of New York. Urine stained subway car.
Wick's Pizza over strong. Hammer says, "What's up, Hammer?" Man, I love the Hammer.
Oh, Wicks, that's the
I don't know if
special,
Charles was. Yeah, I don't know if classic OVW sponsor. I don't know if Charles was here when I buried his tag team partner.
I think he had just arrived.
Okay. Yeah,
No,
yeah, Charles. I was just saying we were talking to OVW, and I said no offense, but it was never going to happen for the Ox.
Here comes the Ox. Here comes the Hammer.
Ox, the Ox, Oxen.
Oxicity. No, my trip down and meeting at OVW just before the shutdown. My one job though, that as I went and picked up the pizza from Wicks for the concession stand.
I never once touched a slice of Wicks pizza. How is it?
Actually, you know what? I did steal a piece. I guess I can say that now. On the way back, me and my buddy ate like half of the pizzas. It was terrible.
Was
it was still pizza. Okay. It was still pizza, you know. Shit.
Still better than Sbarro's, but
being hit from the back of the car, and then everything. You know, just
Louisville, not a good pizza town, but Sbarro's, no, man. The only reason I ever known them because they were in like every mall food court ever. That's the only reason.
Right.
To do the right thing.
But I will say I do remember like being little RBV because they used to have the monster slices though. That was something unique. So here in Southern Ohio, we just have the tavern pizza that's usually cut into squares.
We're done.
Oh yeah, the old Chicago tavern style.
Whatever tavern style is. I didn't know it was Chicago.
Take me out.
The thin crust.
Thinner. Yeah, because the thinnest, I mean, you have thin crust, but this is more. It has a little air to it, a little bit of tech. You know, you can a little air in the dough. Now, the absolute worst pizza out there is St. Louis because it's pretty much like on a cracker. Just like
you're killing me, pal. You're killing me
on
here.
a cracker with whatever toppings you want to throw on the son of a bitch.
Charles says Ox attitude had a lot to do with Bam Neely getting buried.
Ooh, Bam, I remember it. I remember that name. Oh, here we go. All right, I was going to go get a snack. I am sticking around for this one. I am interested. I'm invested in this one.
I always thought the whole caution tape thing was like a tribute to Owen Hart.
She's caution, man. She's just a bad woman right now. Proceed with caution. She's looking good. I've enjoyed the vignettes for this build. I like how they've pretty much kept them apart. They haven't overexposed these two, realizing there are limitations. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out here. And Naomi's been with the company.
Limitations? Whatever do you mean?
What are you saying, Vet?
What are we saying?
What
are we all saying?
Absolute work rate classics, right?
Part of the big three was often treated as the third wheel as part of the big two. Thanks, to the behavior of Jake Dodd.
Jealousy, isn't that one of the
Man, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, front and center on that ring apron, and that's coming out tomorrow night for early access. If you guys want to play.
Oh, for the gamers, huh? Hot and spicy firewalk.
They will have a chance to succeed. And that's even what happened with Naomi. She's going to play. So, thanks.
Right. I can't believe this match is actually on WrestleMania.
Ladies and
Wait,
I'm not complaining, but this is one of those ones that's like in a previous regime, this shit would not have made the cut.
Absolutely.
For all the stuff people want to say about Triple K and all this stuff, like believe me, a singles match between Naomi and Jade Cargill would not have been on WrestleMania 5 years ago. So I like that it's getting.
Shout out to this.
Look at even this. You know what I mean? Like this level of like extra presentation. You know?
Yeah, like look like they're doing a whole like a weather presentation to bring out Jade. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, Aurora Monroe, baby.
I like this.
Clouds are moving in.
That would have been a good spot for Big Ray there.
I hear thunder. I hear thunder. Lightning off of the
Now this is cool. I like this.
The weather reporter of the people.
Yeah. Gonna talk
man
a
with the
little El Weather today. Yeah, I'm digging that haircut. All right.
Okay, that's kind of cool how they had the whole thing. Like they had the image of Jade like at the top part of the set, and they had it descend, and then she comes out.
Behold the wrath of the goddess.
Look at that. Battle of the booties, baby.
Jade is not ready, but they rushed.
I forgot what show this was on that was brought up, but is this kind of like a test for Naomi to see if she can carry somebody who's green to a...
I've been screaming. This is a big test. She can step. She's gonna have to be the ring general here, but
no. The answer is no.
Yes, it is.
Expert in the house. No. Back to you guys.
This is a big test for her. Is she ready?
But that's the thing. They don't have to. Nobody has to carry really anymore because they probably rehearsed the shit out of this.
Yeah, I like that. Look like the facials there. She's giving that upper lip. That sister lip.
Now here's what I would have done. None of the stuff they did. I would have had.
They should have been fighting right away here.
I would have had, this. I would have had this been the first time that Jade appeared in front of people since she got taken out.
Oh, interesting. And then how do we get the reveal? How do we know that it was Naomi?
She can do like satellite interviews or whatever.
Okay.
Here we go, Naomi and Jade Cargill.
Because there's no because this right here. European uppercuts in the corner, like that's not what you do to somebody that tried to end your career.
Almost had a titty. This isn't anywhere as vicious as the ass whooping we saw at Elimination Chamber.
So it should have really been, even if I don't care if Jade is as good in the ring as Bret Hart was. This match would still be a Goldberg match where she comes in, completely destroys Naomi and puts a foot on her chest. It's not the kind of match where you do like a 50-50 back and forth thing. At least not if this is the angle that you went with. If you went with the attempted career-ending injury angle, you don't come back and have a regular match. You just let this be like the spectacle of, well, damn. If I'm Nick Aldis or whoever.
That's on me.
That top is going to give. That's like the third time.
I'm trying to kill her.
This isn't a Rikishi situation.
From what I'm seeing so far out of this match, this would have been better off if they would have done something very similar to Piper and Goldust, the old Hollywood backstage brawl or backlot brawl.
These wardrobe malfunctions nearly happened. This should have been the Bunny Ranch or the Chicken Ranch brawl.
The other thing is for big shows like this, you get your fresh gear made, right? Like, but you don't have time to see how that's going to actually fit in action. It's like I can't tell you how many times Shayna Baszler has had new gear made for some show or whatever, that some big show she was on and it just don't fit right. You know what I mean? She's always constantly adjusting her pants and stuff like that because she just you don't get a chance to like really test it out.
Naomi has gone to that right boob 5 times already. Jade's had to adjust it. It makes perfect sense to what you're saying, Vet. They've just got this. They did the try on. They didn't get out there and get to move around in this stuff, and you don't know how it's going to react.
Yeah, you can't. Even if you try the shit on, like you're not going to have a full match in it.
This is a top-level superstar who's about to
The hell is that dude at ringside wearing?
Right to the arm of Jade, this time dropping it to the floor again. And again, Naomi almost like she was waiting for her moment. Not getting out of control early on.
Now, this is one of the matches for night one that I was looking forward to the most.
In this moment, obviously.
I just saw that dude to the ring. My feed is caught up to that dude to the ringside. Like, what? Yeah, what the fuck?
He's wearing like the same thing Naomi is.
Yeah, pretty much. Close enough.
Everything's so smooth and easy right now for Nick.
Oof, yeah, this is rough. That's kind of why I suggested the whole Hollywood backlot brawl things, because that would be you could produce and control that and cover up any mistakes and any of the
What's this, the third match? I gotta pull up my match card so I can keep track of things here. Boobs out.
I must be way behind then.
Oh, they're
There's-
about ready to pop everywhere.
Yeah, they're still in the ring where I'm at.
Yeah, she just dropped a leg. Naomi dropped a leg. I'll give you guys some running commentary. Okay, we got the chin lock. Oh, she's trying to hook the chin lock under her own leg. I like this variation. Naomi really showing her adaptability here. The much
You gotta use those thighs there, Vet. You gotta use the power of the thighs.
Yeah. What's at top of the thighs too?
Thick thighs save lives.
Let's test to see where she's at. Kick out. Okay, we'll go back to the jaw.
Two-piece and up.
Oh yeah, now I'm
Backbreaker.
seeing the bra adjustment or the top adjustment.
Oh, that's happening everywhere.
She just did a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. It's a double down.
Uh-oh, see that work? She was working at that right leg there. She's feeling it, Vet.
She stood all the way up and then collapsed. 3 clothesline comeback. Ooh, nice.
They are seeming to go to quite a few wide shots in this match. During some of these big high impact moves.
And now Cargill starting to build momentum.
Little Vader whip. Charles will appreciate that. Jade Cargill Vader. Oh, the power. The jackhammer. I said we should do a Goldberg.
Oh, yeah.
It's already been 10 times
What a
longer.
catch.
Seemingly originates from a plane higher than humanity.
Naomi don't even get the foot up. Stop the
Kick it out of the jackhammer.
Jay, Naomi now to the second rope. Blockbuster again.
Blown away by the fact that you can catch a human being flying at you from that angle.
Just give up on it. Let that titty hang out.
Turn it into a jackhammer, and somehow Naomi kicked down.
And now with Naomi up on her shoulders, able to
Not the
slip
Vader whip. Everybody knows what we mean when we say that, right? Or should I explain it?
Go ahead, share it with everybody.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's see what Naomi's going for here as Jade just calmly waits. And another catch. Can't deny the power.
And from Naomi,
Scott Hall.
bottom rope. Jay Cargill better keep her on the ball here. Too much separation, too much space. You cannot allow
When
that.
when you're going from buckle to buckle for an Irish whip, no matter who you are, bring out the person to the center of the ring and then shoot them off from there. What Vader would do is he would just stand at the far end and then just whip the guy all the way across the ring. Like, no effort to, like, bring him out to the middle or anything. So he just stands there and the guy has to run, like, the full, you know, what, 20, like, oh, shit.
We got high impact spot. Not catching that booty. How about a big bulldog?
That was a bulldog?
Was it?
It looked like Jade just gave her the bubble bomb.
Kick some dirt, wasted some time.
Naomi now from the top.
The brown dog? How about that?
Look at this. Oh, by Naomi.
Several attempts at reversals there, but the veteran Naomi got the best of it.
Up to top. Come on. Split leg moonsault.
WWE legend RVD, very happy to see the split leg of moonsault.
Yo, speaking of Mr. Rob, Van Dam.
Who knew
It's going to be criminal. You've got WrestleMania on 4/20. If he is not involved in some way tomorrow, man, that's criminal.
Oh, you're right.
Or you're in Vegas, and if you don't have the Godfather and a Ho Train,
Yeah.
both, man.
Nice.
Or for the Godfather, when he did get to wrestle WrestleMania in Vegas, he was still Papa Shango then.
He wasn't on that card.
He was in the opener. He was in the yeah, he was him and Tito. Tito Santana got to open up the show for everybody.
That's pretty cool. Oh my goodness gracious.
And she does. Jade Cargill, great move. Now look at him power down.
Oh my lord. Naomi did not kick out.
Naomi lands at her feet. This is wildly. Oh, Jade's got her up.
Yeah, that was awkward.
Naomi in deep trouble.
It's on the top floor.
Can you believe it turned it into a powerbomb? And now Cargill's got her where she
Bless
wants.
their hearts.
No, Cole, we cannot believe it.
Jade Cargill, what a WrestleMania performance.
Bless these women's hearts, man.
They tried.
I'm happy for them. But it just goes back to what I was saying earlier. We were talking about NXT and stuff. I was just like, this match they just had was anybody's match. The only difference would have been the degree of execution. Like, the more seasoned you are, the better you could have pulled off some of these moves, spots, the timing, those things. But really, on paper, any agent would have put this match together. And so that's where you kind of need a little bit something that fits the story they were trying to tell at the angle here. Nobody really wants to see Naomi get any heat or go 50-50. They want to see her get killed.
Right.
So let this be something exactly like what it should be. If this is about Jade Cargill, if this is about making a star, if this is about a big moment on a big stage, if it's about that, just let it be the moment of you try, like you took your best shot and here I am, and you can take your best shot now and you're not going to be able to put me down. And that's it. Like let Naomi try a couple things. They fail. Jade kills her. 1, 2, 3. We're out of here. It's all entrances.
See, I'm learning. It makes sense there, as you're saying. They're so worried about and occupied with everybody getting their spots, that ring time, that everything just blurs together. Nothing is being unique and being on point to the stories that we're trying to tell.
Right. Now, so to follow up on that. Okay, so where does that leave Naomi then? Well, if she just gets murdered or whatever on a WrestleMania stage, like, where does that leave her? Well, from there, if you want to do like at another another premium live event or as the main event of like a SmackDown, like you build up to a SmackDown, because SmackDowns, not everything can go on PLEs, especially when you're only fitting 4 matches onto a 3-hour show sometimes. So you make SmackDown feel like bigger deals, like you can't miss SmackDown by making promoted matches as main events of SmackDowns on USA and things like that. So if he's like, Naomi's like, okay, I see you, but you didn't put me down for good either. So I want another, like whatever. I want another shot. You couldn't do that again. That was a fluke, whatever, bitch, that kind of thing. Then if Naomi can do something in that match to get some heat to prolong it, and then they can get their shit in, on the TV match where you need to pull time a little bit, because obviously you ain't writing a TV show. You're just putting matches out there. So let them pull time on that. Let them pull time on the TV show. Don't pull time on WrestleMania. That's not what the people that are spending all fucking day in an uncomfortable stadium seat want to see, bro. It's so dumbass simple. Why am I telling them this? You know what I mean? While they're raking
they're
it
the
in.
ones supposedly, they're the ones cashing the check,
Yeah.
sitting in the top seats in the world here,
Right.
and we're talking about it on YouTube.
And who taught me this? Like, did WWE grow up watching me? No.
Megan Morant breaks down WrestleMania wherever you get your audio.
Lil Yachty in the building.
It's going to be
Apparently, he's the WCW champion. I always wonder what happened to that company.
Let's are out. Thank you for hanging with us. There's Lily C, the television host.
Yeah, Charles. Nobody got over in that match. See, Charles understands.
My God, producer.
It makes sense, man. When you look at it that way, hey, gentlemen, I am going to say this. I'm going to step out for just a minute. I'm going to make myself some WrestleMania-sized nachos. I'm going to put the sweats on, get a beverage.
Okay.
But I will be back here to join. Yeah, I can leave on this one. I don't have a huge investment in this one.
We will. Well, you'll probably be done making all your nachos and changing all your clothes before this package is even over. So.
Yeah, for real, pal.
Nice. All right, guys. I got to figure out. Oh, I have to hit the leave studio. That's how the hell you get out of here. All right, I'll see you guys here in a little bit.
All right, man.
Take care. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. Right as LA Knight says, I need to cook for a minute.
Yeah, so Fatu's definitely going over in this, right?
I would say so. I mean, you could get out of it. You could have him get DQ'd by doing something stupid so that LA Knight keeps the title.
Or Solo gets him DQ'd and that peels him off to go deal with him.
Yeah. Let's talk about this for a minute. What the fuck happened to Solo? Not anything he did, I assume, but like, have you noticed, like, dude, this guy carried half of the company for like a good portion of last year. And as soon as Jacob Fatu showed up, that was definitely shiny new toy treatment. And rightly so. I'm not saying that, but I don't think they're getting as much out of even Jacob that they could be getting by using Solo, right?
I know it's kind of bad timing and unfortunate for Fatu because he's kind of coming in hot with a lot of fanfare and support at a time when the top scene's a little bit crowded. So he's kind of got which is, at the same time, that might be a good thing. So that gives him time to be in the background, simmer and grow and get better and more seasoned for when there is time to move him up and there's room for him to be there. He's not out of place.
I mean, in a sense, that's true, but it's bigger than that because it's like you invested years into the bloodline and that's all we were getting. And now the bloodline is irrelevant because Roman Reigns is on his own with no care in the world. Jay just became the fucking world champion. Right? So the only thing that we had was Solo trying to carry on like a fake bloodline angle. And now he's just like, but it's like, but also even from a kayfabe sense, Nick Aldis was just letting the bloodline do whatever they wanted. And now all of a sudden they're not really. Why not? Like if they're running all over Nick Aldis, he didn't do anything to curtail that from a storyline perspective. They just lazily stopped writing it that way. And they just made this whole thing with like LA Knight and Jacob Fatu and Braun Strowman for some odd reason. Well, I mean, I get the reason. It's like, oh, monster versus monster. Like, I get that whole thing. But yeah, but from a character growth perspective, there was nothing for Jacob Fatu. He went from saying, I love you, my tribal chief, referencing, his brother, to, no, you know what? You can sit this one out. Like,
yeah,
what changed his attitude?
Yeah, how did we get from A to Z?
Right. We didn't have, like, you know, we could have done it where it's like Solo continues to fail and Jacob Fatu loses faith, you know, like that, but they didn't do that. It
Right,
just,
and the perfect
just woke up
catalyst.
one day.
Right, and they had the perfect starting point for that when Solo lost to Roman for the Ulafala.
Yep. Which the whole point was that he was supposed to acknowledge, and he never even did that. Solo still never acknowledged anything, but he stopped claiming to be the head of the table too. So it's just now he's coming out. He's just out here just now as playing the Solo Sikoa playing the role of Jacob Fatu to Jacob Fatu.
I love you, Jacob.
With this corny little werewolf mask that he had. That was the shits. I don't like that, actually. Everything else is great, though. Look at him. Yeah, where's the love, lab rat, you know?
It's in Gorilla. I think Bruce has it all.
Jacob Fatu is obsessed with winning gold for his family.
He's starting a new DOA, pal, as soon as he gets kicked out of the bloodline.
That's right.
I know that his family is obviously very successful in this business. But whenever I say this guy might be the next one, I'm talking about the entire damn business, not just.
I'm pretty sure the Harris brothers are their schedules are free.
Let's do it.
Tonight they celebrate the superstars aiming to achieve their own American dream. Grab an American Mule today. Weekly, the official vodka of WWE. Please enjoy responsibly. Just tease them.
Don't you worry.
Vodka, Steve Weiser, Jacob Fox.
Oh, come on, Jacob. Don't spit in the ring.
Yeah, you're a little bit. Yeah, he should know a little bit better than that.
Look into those eyes of the pitiless soul that resides behind them, and you understand exactly why. Like
Got that rev up meter, pal.
Looks like you, McAfee, with a chauffeur driver.
Never in a million
Chain reaction they can't contain.
rather than style. He said that was too loud and too loud.
Samoan Lobo. Bruce might be onto something there. If he came out with the face paint instead of that shitty mask that he had, if he had the face paint and like the red contacts.
How long before we see Del Rio back in WWE now?
Happen very soon.
Yeah, they are a little bit of Crowd's a little bit down tonight.
Yeah, it's when you have those open air stadiums, the acoustics are usually weird. Even when people make a lot of noise sometimes, because of the way it travels up in the building, it doesn't always
escapes to the top.
Yeah, and it's like delayed almost. So
got this place on their feet. And you like Bob Dylan, right? Well, my loins, they are a
I'm just saying that that's the case when they are making a lot of noise. I have the volume down a little bit so I can hear, you know, Brandon and RBV better and stuff. So I can hear the announcers probably better than anything else, but the WWE feed for me is just a little bit quieter, so I can't really judge it.
Very first was mentioned by Triple H in his Hall of Fame speech last night, the great Harley Race. And tonight, LA Knight looks to retain. Jacob Fatu looks to win his first ever singles title in WWE.
Coast to coast, coast to coast, he is.
See, like they kind of like it sounded to me like they kind of like when he blocked that the BFT, like it sounded like they were like, oh, but it was like a second or two late.
Right, it's not contained within like a. No, it hasn't.
I like the pop up Samoan. Yeah, it's just I think everybody's they seem pretty up for it. I think it's just the stadium acoustics really.
That's because of the beatdown last night.
Oh, that spine of LA Knight, especially the entire midsection, 2 matches, 24 hours before this defense is absolute insanity. I love the megastar, but sometimes he is completely delusional with that confidence, and he's going to pay the price here.
Jacob Fatu is.
Labrat, you'll be pleased to know that just off camera here, I actually have a muffin supply for this special weekend occasion. So
try to do this.
If I get hungry enough, or if any of these matches are the shits enough,
Learned a lot of lessons on his road to right now.
you might see a cranberry orange streusel.
Hunger. That is the scariest part of Jacob Fatu.
For the sunset flip, and LA Knight moves out of harm's way.
Mentally, he's ready. Physically, he's ready. Is tonight the night where he gets pulled, or is LA Knight
turning into a cross body lateral press kick out at 2?
That frenzy of energy that took over this stadium when the megastar arrived has completely been neutralized.
from Maserati to less food?
This is Jacob's WrestleMania debut. A couple of important points.
Look how Jacob, look how he just sort of like takes it in. Look how he's also reacting to what he does. Like he does that suplex and drops LA Knight on the rope and lets him sell it. And he's got that look on his face like, hey, hey, hey.
Braun Strowman has made his own over the past 10 years.
Yep, that's what it's like when both guys sell it.
This guy is completely different to anything we've seen before.
I mean, he's an uber athlete. He's got a killer instinct. Doesn't give a damn about anybody.
Size and his proportion make him very tough to stop.
And smart move by LA Knight. Go to the knee, take out Fatu.
See now LA Knight's not going to let him sell because it's number one, you don't want the heel to get any sympathy, and number two,
may well have jarred those ribs once again.
Psychology-wise, LA Knight's in a situation where he realizes that this guy is an absolute beast, and he can't afford to, like he's in desperation mode pretty much all of the time, or he should be. That's how he should be approaching the match. He should be thinking like, this is urgent.
Yeah, and if Fatu's going to take a minute, take a second to gloat and do faces and pop the crowd, well, I'm going to go after him.
That's right.
I like that way. Fear factor.
opponents before they even the ring with
After the running senton.
See, I don't like this because I don't think they're going into the finish anytime soon. But I think that
is gone, and now it's just a scramble for supply.
LA Knight, though, no stranger to this.
I don't know. I don't like the. Do I like the counter coming second? Not for a move like the pop-up Samoa.
By LA Knight.
How much is left in this tank of night? He simply can't follow it up.
And he can't follow it up, but he's getting a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, but Wade, you're a 5-time Intercontinental Champion. That's what being a champ's all about.
Maybe if Jacob had a lesser impactful move, he could hit that. And then the second time he tries it, LA Knight can counter it. But for the pop-up Samoan, I don't think I like that.
That's our U.S. champion.
LA Knight into the kick with a running knee.
From walking machine once again.
A lot of yes and Las Vegas.
Shoulder to the post. Now on the inside. And LA Knight starting to put the beating on Jacob Fatu. Knight now. To that side. LA Knight with an opportunity.
LA Knight knew he was in for a fight. He was ready for it.
So far, this WrestleMania feels like an episode of SmackDown, Bruce. Well, obviously, you must have missed the Raw Tag Team Championships changing hands. You can't have Raw and SmackDown. Wild card, bitches.
Well, to be fair, it has been pretty much wild cards since Royal Rumble.
It's been wild cards since forever.
Generate in record time.
Too well. Great defense then.
Great defense. But
Very
how do you
nice.
follow it up when you're about to stop it knocked out of you and your ribs are on fire. Go for broke, LA Knight.
That's what he's trying to do here. Trying to hook Fatu. He's hung up on the top rope. Big elbow drops right. LA Knight now. Oh, athleticism. Senior official Charles.
Something just came to mind. I want to get your thoughts on this, Vet.
Okay.
So if they did a thing where they have us like specific rosters for each brand, Raw and SmackDown. However, if a superstar or a wrestler happens to reach or win the Triple Crown, they can go back and forth between each brand.
I mean, that'll work. For me, I think we just really need to drastically reduce the amount of belts that we have. And I just think that every champion should be expected to pull double duty, especially if you're cutting down house shows. Like, I really don't even see the point of roster splits or anything like that. If you're running less events, why do you need to create the illusion that there's two separate sets of rosters? So I just think that you can do that if you want to have Raw and you want to have SmackDown and you want to, so that you can get extra content like the draft or whatever. You have Survivor Series themes or different things like that. That's fine. But I think if you win a championship, you should represent WWE as a whole. So let's get rid of like two sets of tag team champions. That's ridiculous. Let's get rid of two world champions. That's ridiculous. What does that even mean? You can't have two top belts. Oh, but he's got the rope right there.
I remember when they
He should have used his foot. He should have used his foot. He should have got his foot under the ring, not grab the rope. If you could reach up and grab the rope, you could kick out. So I don't like that, but I like the idea. Sorry, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
Was it about the belt situation?
Yeah, the belts. I remember when the draft first started, that was kind of the idea, was that you had one world champion and you had one women's champion, and they worked both brands, and like each month it would switch between, okay, the Raw gets the number one contender or SmackDown gets the number one contender.
Yeah, and it stopped with Brock Lesnar. When Brock Lesnar won the Undisputed Championship, they just stopped doing that. And then that's when, like, they gave, I believe that's when they gave Triple H the suitcase belt.
Yep.
Eric Bischoff gave him that. Oh, God. LA Knight put his arm down there. Oh, now he's scooting. Wow. Do it again. Exclamation point. You got a nice run, LA Knight. Thank you very much for your service.
From the top. Every move so powerful and devastating.
Yeah, we knew that was happening.
The King.
Hey, nice, you got Haku appearance.
So that was pretty good. The only thing I didn't like,
But you have to appreciate your first effort.
I just feel like there's a spot like right at the end there, like after LA Knight made the big comeback and everything. Fatu just kind of bowed up. Oh, and this too. Like watch the rope grab. See, like he should have. LA Knight should have hooked the near leg or no legs, and let him get his left foot under the ring rope. Yeah, Fatu just bowed up and super kicked him. I think he should have LA Knight should have gone for something and then got like maybe Fatu could have raked his eyes or something. Just something else to cut him off besides it's just time for me to cut you off. Just a little something as a heel. Would have been better. Or if you didn't want to thumb him in the eye, just have him move or like get his knees up on something.
SmackDown, better beware.
A million ways to skin a cat, pal. I don't even know one way to skin a cat.
That was some sort of knife, I think.
You ever watch that movie Blank Check?
I don't remember if I actually watched it or not. I think maybe. I certainly don't remember anything from it if I did, so.
Men and women who know how to get the job done. When the day is over, nothing's better than celebrating with something truly American.
Jacob, I love you. Now give me the belt. That's great. And that should be the thing, right?
Yeet.
Jeff gonna be playing that, right? Is he gonna stay up till midnight?
I think he wasn't playing like a Fatal Fury demo.
It was the beta test.
Yeah, the beta. Yeah.
But it's not gonna go live. I know he pre-ordered and got early access, so that would mean that like tomorrow night, as we recording this, it would go live at midnight. So like Tuesday midnight on the East Coast. Monday 11:59, Tuesday 12 o'clock. That thing on his coast would be when the game is playable. I don't know if he's going to stay up to play it or wait.
So far, presented by Snickers.
We shall see.
What's the latest Jeff usually goes? Because I know you stay in his stream sometimes.
He usually I'm gonna go from my time, which is Central. He's usually there from about between midnight and 1. Sometimes if he goes cuts it early, it's usually about 11. He goes long to about 2.
All right, so it's not unheard of.
Yeah, so that sucks. Rey Mysterio legit got injured, so his replacement's Rey Fenix.
I mean, it doesn't suck for Rey Fenix.
No, that's like his. All right, kid. Here's the ball. Here you go.
It is a legacy rooted in honor, passion, and an unbreakable spirit.
Okay, that's cool. They're using some old WCW luchador footage in that.
The luchadors' mask may conceal their identity, but their undeniable connection can impact a legacy that echoes throughout eternity. There is hope. There is one star that shines brighter than all the rest. He is a champion, an icon, a Hall of Famer. He is the evolution of Lucha Libre. And we all know that la evolución es un misterio. He is El Grande Americano.
Okay, that was a good swerve.
My way to be the freaking hero for this people, just for the whole Lucha Libre community to rise up against me. So after all I did, you blackball me. Nobody blackballs El Grande Americano. I blackball you.
Oh, and they're even dubbing him over. That's brilliant. I'm sorry. That's like why can't we see that kind of effort everywhere? Yeah, give me El Generico, pal.
Tell me that the man who was out there wearing the lucha mask, that wasn't you.
What I'm telling you, Kathy, is security.
Greatest luchador of all time? Are you kidding me?
Did they say what Ray hurt?
I think it might have been his ankle. I'm not 100% sure. Let me check.
Now he finds himself still worried to go pick up WrestleMania.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for El Bardo.
In this place, or even if you're late,
He's the most elusive one of them all. International Simpsons Day?
Yeah, where has Alberto been? You haven't seen him. Get him in the revolting blob, pal.
It's just a stunt.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that said saying what injury it was, but it looked like something with his leg.
Yeah, Gulf of America. We were all waiting to see what she would say.
Come on, this is good heat. I'm sorry. This is good heat.
I'm sorry.
Logistical thing. Whenever he was born,
I'm confused.
Mexico. You see.
I was when I saw this whole gimmick, right? This Grande Americano gimmick, right?
Yeah, and that or could
I like it's Chad Gable, and necessarily because it's Chad Gable, I just look at it and I'm like, this is just goofy. It's not even enough heat. I can't wrap my head around the fact that anybody could possibly even care enough about this to be offended. You know what I mean? Like it's weird to think that I don't believe it. Like I don't believe any person with Latin blood is offended in the slightest by this, but I can't even believe they would want to fake it.
I mean, it's clearly a joke. It's not meant to be taken seriously.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, don't they do stuff like this? And like, was I supposed to be offended if Louis Spicolli was working in Mexico and called himself Madonna's boyfriend? Like, am I supposed to be worried that he's representing Americans wrong or something? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I know, pal. It's weird.
I don't even like, I'm not even taking into account the sensitivity of today. I'm looking at, like, in any era, is this even heat? Like, it's just a guy, it's a white guy wearing a luchador mask. Is that enough heat? I don't really think that's enough heat. I don't think he's taking enough shots at the culture for this to be heat. It's like that's like having heat with, like, some chick at a convention dressing up like Wonder Woman. You're not Wonder Woman, you bitch. Like, why would that even be enough heat?
Oh, we got we got people who can actually speak on this in the chat saying, like, yeah, it's mostly white people who are offended by this. We find this funny.
Right. I mean, a lot of what I just said was, rhetorical, but I even so. Hey, it's Vikingo. They were like, hey, look, now that we've purchased your company, we're not saying all that other bullshit. You're just Vikingo now. Nobody gives a shit about your dad. Hey, look who's here tonight, and look who can't wait to get back to whatever he was doing before they got this on camera. Dana White. If you'll excuse me, some family members to slap.
They actually had him narrate the opening to WrestleMania.
Really?
Yep.
Well, he could have done that from the comfort of his office.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, hey, yeah, I'm here. I'm a company guy representing TKO.
That son of a bitch, Vikingo. You need Curry Man to team up with Americano? Konnichiwa.
You, me, action.
That's the best thing Christopher Daniels ever did, for sure. 100%. The rest of his career is a waste of time. He should have just been Curry Man for 25 years.
You heard the story about how he was the original choice for the higher power, and then Vince McMahon's like, he's too small. No.
Yeah, that's like an urban legend. No one's ever been able to corroborate it one way or the other because they keep contradicting each other.
I've heard Russo confirm it. I've heard Ferrara confirm it. I've heard Bruce Pritchard confirm it.
I've heard people deny it. I've heard, I don't remember who, but several people deny that.
Well, there is a little bit of extra sauce on that to kind of, or extra evidence that kind of furthers that. In WCW, Russo tried to repeat that with Christopher Daniels, having him be Vampiro's higher power, but that got dropped after 1 week because they said, oh, that's too satanic. We can't have that on TV.
Why? Here's what I don't get. You saw how WWE treated outsiders. Why would they ever book anything that big for Christopher Daniels?
Yeah, that's the only thing I have. That's my only hang up is that question. But I think it was Russo who said was like, all right, this guy's getting a bunch of talk about how he's a great indie star. Let's throw him in the fire.
Well, that even goes back further to my point about this man can't even be bothered to look at a talent and see who it is. You know what I mean? You didn't have to get all the way to that phase to find out that the guy is 5'6". You could have found that out earlier. Someone should have told you that. You know, like if you and if you're talking about guys like Russo and Pritchard and whatever that would have seen or even known who Christopher Daniels was, right? Like, you're also going to tell me they know enough that they want this guy for the part, but they don't know he's 5'6"?
Which when you bring that up, that makes me start thinking, were some of the people in management sick of hearing about Christopher Daniels, so they intentionally put him in that position to set him up to fail, so Vince would be like, he's too small. No, get rid of him.
I don't know. I you know what I think? I just think everybody doesn't remember, and they're conflating the rumors with reality now. I just think Bruce Pritchard. First of all, Bruce Pritchard is a liar. Everything he says is a lie. Secondly, I just don't think some of these people remember anymore.
Right, and it's really hard to trust Russo's memory because he gets dates and stuff wrong, which to be fair, with the concussions,
he gets names wrong.
Yeah, he gets names wrong. Yeah, he gets a lot of stuff wrong.
I'm not blaming him for that. I don't think Russo would lie about it, but I think he would forget and mix something up. And
he's done that. There was one time I actually had to correct him on something, and he brought it up on air one time.
And Christopher Daniels, like, I don't recall him ever saying that he was supposed to do it himself.
Which, well, to be fair to Christopher Daniels, that could be a thing where that was just talk between management that never made it as far as like, okay, Chris, this is what we're doing with you, pal.
Yeah, maybe. There's also a precedent, which again, if you want to believe the stories of Bruce Pritchard, Jesus Christ, if you want to believe the stories of Bruce Pritchard, the precedent for that was the Hakushi thing, where they had Jinsei Shinzaki. They saw him doing the gimmick in Japan, and they wanted to bring him in to fight the Undertaker, and then they saw how the size he was compared to the Undertaker when he actually got there, and they're like, nah. I just the whole thing stinks to me. I just don't believe Christopher Daniels was ever over to the point
even do the math on this.
Like,
So that's 180.
where any of them would have cared at all to bring him in for a high spot like that. I just don't believe it. I just refuse to believe it.
Whatever it was.
They took guys that were established guys from WCW and fucked them around. Why the fuck would they care about some indie guy named Christopher Daniels to come in and be the Undertaker's boss? Are you fucking serious? Get with it.
Yeah. That was kind of the one thing. Like, if it was like a Jake Roberts or even a Don Callis, okay, we can kind of go with that. It would take a little bit of selling and, you know, creative and booking to get it over, but at least that's palpable.
He's not scared to dance with the line of should you do that or should you not do that. He's been very, very open about that.
I like Gam's idea. I didn't see it earlier, but I like his idea about the Cappuccino Jones versus Grande Americano for the coffee gimmick match.
Give me a shell, yeah.
Uh-oh. I hope Phoenix is just selling.
We don't know it's metal, Michael Cole. It's not been molecularly analyzed.
Obviously,
Yeah, he's selling. He's fine.
Uh-oh, Phoenix now. Oh, through. Phoenix takes down the
Phoenix might know about what's going on with the forehand. Says it doesn't matter if I attack him first.
top rope by Phoenix. Wow! Phoenix may have sprained his ankle when he came off the top rope. Phoenix hit hard. Or sprained his ankle. Or broke his foot off the metal plate. Oh, yeah.
You're talking about the ankle thing?
Great point.
It was right before he did the kick the mask spot. He was like even limping to the corner, so I was worried that he got hurt. But the selling afterwards it's the gimmick. So
Okay, yeah, because he kicked the plate and the thing, so he's selling the shin. Like, oh,
but right before he jumped up on the top rope, he was hobbling over to the corner. So I was like, I hope we didn't get two luchadors with busted ankles.
No, that's just Ray doing that's just Phoenix doing a great job selling.
But why did he sell it before the spot? Is my point.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so we didn't really see any leg work before that.
1, 2.
Which, honestly, to be fair, this is actually. Well, I don't know if this is the finish yet or not. Yeah, if you got to substitute somebody for Rey Mysterio, having the heel go over is the right call because this extends it, and you can get a lot out of this.
A lot of things happened there that the ref didn't pick up, and El Grande Americano certainly benefited from having steel on his forehead. But congrats on your WrestleMania debut, Doc, El Grande Americano. He's a talent.
This is the moment. Ray Phoenix thought he was gone, but good point, amigo. The first time around, nice move there from El Grande. And then it was inserted into the midst of El Grande Americano. May have been pivotal here to this point. He nailed it. Metal plate, perhaps catching the. Oh my God, perhaps.
Like you could run with this entire angle all the way to SummerSlam and conclude it there. When you have Ray, and Penta going over El Grande and the Creed brothers. Yeah, and dude, and you got the AAA element there too. Like that gives it a nice little shot in the arm there, pal. Yeah, exactly. I send him to AAA. Make him the top heel of the company.
cheap shot at El Grande Americano pre-match. It did not prove helpful.
I hope Vikingo didn't give himself a concussion getting in there and helping Ray Phoenix to his feet.
Thank you for coming out and looking after Ray Phoenix. What a win for El Grande Americano.
Welcome back. It's time for the lightning round, presented by Snicker. I think we need to Snickers.
Snickers satisfies.
Yeet.
Wrestle fucking man.
I wonder what Vince is thinking watching this.
Not. He's too busy doing whatever he's doing. He's making sure to sign all those wonderful people to his new entertainment company that he's clearly gonna. Why did they show this before that previous match? Why are they showing it now? Like, I know this was on earlier in the day, so if you saw it, you saw it. But, like, still, you should maybe show that little clip right there right before the Grande Americano match.
Yeah, no, yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm with you on that.
The acquisition of Mexican promotion. A massive announcement tonight. It changes the landscape for Luke shows anyway.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Cause now we got a Worlds Collide event, June 7th.
Maricela Pena-Corrada, she is the AAA president. You got Dorian Pena, the AAA general manager, and Alberto Pasha, the elite chairman. Again, we would like to tell you the first time that WWE fans will be able to experience
Is this happening?
We got Shawn Michaels, pal.
Why do we have Shawn Michaels?
Who knows, pal?
That show with Dominic Myself, the Hall of Fame.
Wrap it up, B. I'm already bored.
What an incredible night so far.
Hurt, I'm old, fucking tired. I work with fucking children. Sold out. Sure. We sold out of all the tickets that we were going to sell up until the moment we opened the doors. All the tickets we sold out of them. We're 100% sold out of these 61,467 tickets.
You ain't down with that. We got 2
Of a celebration for sure. Sold out of Legion Stadium out here in
Oh, Michael's got a muffin out of me.
Mania people are saying. I agree. You did the set review. Hard to be a
What a mark. I know Travis Scott is not like for me, like my generation of music.
WWEshop.com and Fanatics.
But can anybody?
Travis Scott,
I can't tell like the kind of music that he does. I can't tell the appreciable difference between like him and other like contemporary artists. Like what is Travis Scott like? What is he doing that like Wiz Khalifa doesn't do, for example? Like I couldn't if you played 2 back-to-back songs, I'm not sure I could tell you which person was which.
They're all cut from the same cloth, man. Same, produced by the same people. Of course, you gotta get Dana White on camera for a second time.
Damn right.
Looking like he's having a great time sitting front row here.
Maybe Charlotte can feed over for a power slap spot. Thanks, Lab Rat.
Against the Queen Charlotte Flair. Coming up next. For now, let's look at the battle between Elegant and Entitlement.
Much love, pal. Whoop whoop.
Look at Colin trying to answer the actual question. Colin, shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about anything. Just shut up. This is more psychedelic, actually. Shut up. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Well, actually, Vet, Travis Scott's a little more psychedelic, actually, than Wiz Khalifa.
I'll say this much. I have not heard, at least as far as I know, I've not heard any Wiz Khalifa, but at least this WrestleMania theme song by Travis Scott, having done shrooms and acid before, and several times at the same time, yeah, that's a song I could get to. He's saging, pal. All right, and that's one Sbarro slice done. I got 2 more to go, pal. Whoop, whoop.
Charlotte Flair. The WWE universe isn't bound to you anymore. Newsflash. You're not that special.
Now this says real heat, like somersaulting off a balcony at a group of people, you know? That's how you know the shit is legit.
No one compares to me.
Handsome young baby face, Tiffany Stratton. She came out of a box. You know what that means.
He's instantly over, pal.
That's right.
Although I think the idea is supposed to be like a Barbie doll coming out of the box.
I know what the fuck is supposed to be, Brandon. Get real.
And the other, are those
I
like
never said Barbie wasn't over. She always comes out of a box.
But those other two, are those like AI animated versions of Tiffy? That's what it looks like to me, at least.
I mean, they could have just pre-recorded that.
Well, yeah, that too.
They don't need to generate an AI Tiffany. I wouldn't take the chance that it would end up weird. Although maybe that's why they chose the boxing, so they couldn't fuck up the hands.
Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, if we get 6 fingers on the hands, the box covers will like block it.
I should probably eat another muffin just for Charlotte existing.
That's a good point, Gruss. Why is the champion? The champion should not be coming out first.
Her entrance isn't going to be as good. Also, they really screw off that whole champion coming out second thing for many, many years. It's nothing new. Get him, Wade.
Whoop whoop.
Wait a minute. She's just gonna come out? Wait, no, they got something here. What's this? Is that a bellhop? Got a bellhop with luggage? Oh god, that's what Rolls Royces look like now? Man, this whole world's going to shit.
Okay, pal.
That was just LA Knight's entrance. LA Knight did this. Yeah. Muffin count 2. Is that Willow Nightingale? Bottom left? Oh, they covered her up with accomplishments.
Oh, the chick holding the phone. It looks like Willow Nightingale with straight hair.
Yep.
Whoop whoop. Actually, while the entrance, I'm gonna take a quick piss break. Be right back. Yeet.
This is a triple chocolate game. It's hard to see against a black background. All right. I thought he'd never leave. Now it's just us guys. Skipper? No, it's your mom's Barbie and your generation's Barbie. Oh, AK Charlotte. What's that Southern game? That I don't know. It was pretty good. I mean, you saw some of it. Pretty good. I liked it. The ending was a little abrupt.
And we back.
Welcome back. The ending was a little abrupt, which doesn't necessarily make sense. Because it's like they don't have to work on that stuff in order. So it's not like they ran out of time and had to rush the ending. They could have done the ending anytime they wanted, but yeah, they just kind of rushed it a little bit, I felt. But other than that, it was a pretty good game.
In my opinion, Gruss, I think it might be intentional, like the similarities between the outfits. I think that's on purpose. Like I think it's supposed to be like the blonde archetype passing the torch to the next blonde archetype. I think that's the idea they're trying to get across. That is, if Tiffany goes over in this match.
Yeah, otherwise it's her trying to hold on to that torch.
Wait, what do you do to take Tiffany out of game?
Don't hold it too tight. It's going to melt your face. It's going to melt all the fake parts on you.
You're going to look worse than that wax dummy of Triple H.
Oh, shit. Pineapple upside down cake? That sounds good as hell. I would trade you a muffin for that. Is Charlotte's face even old enough to be in Vegas? Hey, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, pal.
I'm pretty sure Charlotte's face is not even old enough to be in kindergarten. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Me and the lady had to make a run in here for you.
Hey, all right. Who's that, Kelly?
Oh, no. That is the first face of one Charlotte Flair.
The one.
The number one, the Uno.
WWE fans.
Tippy time, all the time.
I was gonna
Uno
guess
Americano.
for a second there. I was gonna guess Tori Wilson there for a second.
Tori Wilson. Butt naked.
You see the woos there, huh?
Yeah, and then the woo's like, oh wait.
This is going back to 2018. Is that when before even All Elite Wrestling was a thing, when they had the first All In?
Yeah, I think that was 2018.
That's when I was gifted the lovely Miss Shar there by the one and only Mr. Michael Jargo, Dr. Jargo.
Dr. Michael Jargo. How's he doing?
All right, since I last seen you, gentlemen, we had a title change and a mass luchador sighting.
I appreciate and admire those who don't want to wait in line behind other people that aren't as great as them.
I did get my badass plate of nachos all set here.
Oh, nice. Hey, how is Jargo doing, by the way?
Doing really well, man. I guess I can kind of tell this. I won't say the locations, but he is in a high running for moving on up in the world, a few dream positions in the Master Control world. So the family might be on the move again. Some spots that he had been eyeing for a long time, but just really weren't in the cards at the time, but ready to go now. So hopefully going to be doing well for him.
Good, man. That's great.
He's busy as hell, though.
Of course.
And you look at the match.
Well, some people just don't know how to do it any other way, right?
He is. You can watch as much tape as you want of Charlotte.
I think that's the way it is. Like, if he had too much slow time, he wouldn't be able to exist, you know?
Right. He'd probably go crazy.
Game plan for Charlotte Flair.
I just worry about his heart. Because the stuff he does to stay awake.
Without evolving over the.
You are not kidding, man. You talk about a guy going to Pound Town on them damn energy drinks.
The NXT Women's Champion. Stephanie McCarron is not going to take too kindly to that.
Well, Stephanie McCarron knows what she can do, and she has a problem with it.
Charlotte.
Hey, look at that. Some more super stickers since I've been gone. Good to see that there.
I think that's intentional, Colin. I think they're doing it as kind of like one archetype passing the torch to the other archetype, or like generational archetypes facing each other.
I don't know. What do you think, Pat? I don't think one of them did it as a bitch move.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we said 6 minutes ago when Bruce brought it up.
Yeah, but they also did it during that one face-to-face. They started shooting on each other, which, it happens twice.
I'm going with like the mean girl in school. You know, you find out what the other girl's wearing. You try to outdo it, so you come up with a little similar, maybe something's a little hotter here. I'm actually going to give the wardrobe edge here to Miss Charlotte. I think hers looks a little better. Obviously, different body frames, but outside of the blonde hair.
Yeah, we're talking about the design, not the fit.
Well, I know, but I mean that's part of it.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that. I like there's a little more blue on hers, so I like it.
There's a little more flair, if you will.
I have no idea what you mean, but I like the way you said it.
Similarities between these two.
And Tiffany now built some momentum. There's that gymnastic background.
Spine on the pie.
Hey, remember we were talking about the Vader whip earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Tiffy didn't do that. She was right in the center of the ring when she did that.
Way to go, Tiffany.
Way to go, Tiffy
I
time.
don't know. I just thought that was funny.
That's good. You're getting bonus points. We're learning. Everybody's learning. That's why we have our individuals, our pros, like the vet.
Headline.
That was always
Stratton better than Vader.
Yes. Get that out there, man. Internet will love that one.
I know. That's always one of my weird things. Like, that's always one weird thing that sticks out to me when I watch matches is like placement and where they do stuff like that. Because I remember just getting screamed. Like, cause I remember during my training, I got screamed at and yelled at because of, being in the wrong place or,
Where'd you train at, Brennan? I didn't know that.
I started out at the Gateway Championship Training Center. Before that ended up closing down. And then
where are you from? Where's that at?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Oh man, I'm sorry. I was busting your balls on your food there before. Your food sucks still, but
Oh, dude, I trust. I've born and raised in St. Louis. I'm used to it from people who aren't from here, so it's all good, pal.
I'll be
Yeah.
dead in my grave before I recognize Missouri.
Oh yeah, and then I ended up going to a place called first started out as Central. I think it was they were at NWA territory, Central States, and then they broke out from NWA and became Dynamo Pro Wrestling, and that's where I trained and came up in. And that was like the same place that where Delirious and Matt Seidel came from.
ah, very nice, very cool. All right, I'm learning stuff all around here. I'm learning match psychology, booking, and about our personnel.
Yeah, like they were very, very big on like not breaking the illusion and keeping everything real. Like that, or like when I first started, I started reffing, and one of them, I think I might not have even been 10 matches in, and there was a time where like they told me the finish was okay. The finish is we go for a roll up, and he pins me, or they go for the roll up and they're right in the ropes, and they're like count the pin. I'm like, guys, you're in the ropes. I can't count that. So they had to improvise the finish on the fly.
I was saying, and then I realized I was muted. Why chew? Vet, what's been your make of the build, the story, the reality behind this match here?
I've sort of tuned it out a little bit, but you couldn't help but like hear everyone talking about the stiff sort of promo lines and stuff that they had. I said regarding that, I said that I have no idea, but if I had to guess, gun to head, I would guess that when Tiffany threw those live rounds about divorces and shit like that, they had pretty much generally agreed to whatever they were going to say, but I think somebody smartened Tiffany up with a couple of zingers,
little whips, yeah,
that they didn't tell Charlotte about, just because maybe they felt bad that she got steamrolled a couple weeks prior or whatever. But I think they definitely engineered most of that. I don't think that Charlotte. I would also guess that I don't think that Tiffany has any more heat with Charlotte than every woman does with Charlotte, just simply for existing.
Right.
I think she has the same level of like whatever professional jealousy or pettiness that she would for anybody. Whatever collapsed her relationship with Becky, that kind of stuff. Like, I don't think she really blames Tiffany or anything or whatever, but she's been around long enough to know when she's been set up. It kind of reminded me of a time, I don't know if you guys remember, but remember when John Cena was feuding with AJ? And they had AJ come out. This is when AJ was a heel. They had AJ come out and cut like the most, handwritten promo ever on John Cena. And then John Cena just unleashed on him. And you could see AJ Styles be like, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Like,
he just knows right away, like, oh shit, I got set up, I got hit.
Right. Yeah, like everybody knows that I have much, like, in many ways I have much more respect than John Cena, so this is the only thing Cena can do is bury me when I can't fight back, when I'm unprepared, So
but I think though, from my understanding, and I guess this is my opinion, I think that is the test. Do you have the balls, and are you confident enough in yourself that if you go ahead and swing at this fastball, that you're going to knock it out of the park, to where you get back to the backstage and they tell you, hey, you went off script, and you go, yeah, but it was better than what you guys did.
Well, the test for who? Like, did they want they want AJ to just take up extra TV time that he wasn't given to go into business for himself. He's not in a position to do that. That's not the kind of test that you could pass.
I mean, that's. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but to me, I mean, that sounds like the bullshit in there is you're playing that backstage game, but you're not helping anybody's business. You're trying to get either heel or baby or whatever the case might be. You're supposed to hammer home that character at that point. You can make somebody look stupid. You're losing the audience with it.
Well, yeah, but it's John Cena, so he's gonna. John Cena has spent the better part of the last 15 years paying more attention to curating his image than he has to actually doing real business.
Right.
For better or worse. Like he would constantly find himself in positions or put himself in positions where it's like he's trying to mitigate the boos, not to try to generate cheers or to help other people get over so that he can, if he goes over on him, it means more or whatever. He's more concerned with like, hey, look how cool I am. You guys like me, right? You don't really want to boo me, right? Look at this absolutely shitty, terrible wrestler that I'm in a program with right now. There's no way you could cheer them over me, right? Of all people, right? There's no way. Like he spent so much time doing that.
It's like that needy kid.
Right. So Tiffany's not in the John Cena position, but she is a hot girl. So there are writers backstage that their hearts are all aflutter, and there's people that will help her out politicking on her behalf. That could make something like that happen, like what happened in that promo segment. But I have no inside knowledge of that. That's my intuition speaking.
This match itself seems a little flat. Is that Tiffany not being able to keep up with Charlotte?
Almost immediately, Tiffany strapped right to that knee as soon as she saw
up.
I love that.
Know what.
Where
this is just, to me, this is just another
one of
those matches where the girls are doing all the moves they talked about.
Desperation kick.
Well, that was big in the mind of Charlotte Flair, who knows full well that her opponent has a target.
Yeah, this looks like a very much, all right, 100% choreographed, put together in the back match.
My knee's not great, neither is yours.
And again, the legs weight will set up Charlotte for the devastating.
I do like that bedazzled knee brace.
Submission hold.
Charlotte may not just want to win this one and become a 15-time world champion.
Can I just order that directly from Medical Supply with the glitter on it, or do I have to do it myself?
What you've had to go
I think it comes with the it's in their Fabulous line. Very, very popular in the month of June.
One leg now. And now we're going to learn a lot about Tiffany Stratton tonight. Charlotte going to go to the figure four. She bridges the figure eight with a champion's fall.
Trying to get that bridge. Old titty slapping out of it.
And Charlotte says, tap out.
Taunting the champion. Taunting the champion.
All right, I think now we're cooking.
Now we're picking up the steam. Let's
stop running spots and start fighting. Let's go.
That's what we want to see here, right?
Yeah, this is like next gear.
If this is gonna be, if you're gonna be real, then be real in the fight.
Wait, as I say that, Tiffany does a triple moonsault right after her leg got worked on. Never mind. I'll be quiet.
That's just how you loosen that up there. That you gotta loosen the legs back up. You know.
You gotta slap it. You know, because you know how when wrestlers are hurt and they slap their injured body part, right? And yet somehow when she was in that figure four, she punched Charlotte's leg, and that didn't warm Charlotte's knee up. That actually hurt her apparently. So what's the psychology there?
It's all about an energy.
It's painful
effect.
when the other person hits it.
Yeah,
but when you hit it, it's okay.
It's like a chi movement. You thrive off of your own energy, but when you push it outward,
is it like that thing where you're like you won't? Your self-preservation won't allow you to bite through yourself? Like, is it like that?
Yeah. It's similar in Dragon Ball, when they use the chi to, expel that outwards, it's going to hurt the opponent. But when they're powering up, It's that
I
same
see.
power, but it provides them there with that energy, with that boost.
Perfect analogy. The New Day would be proud.
There we go.
Main event WrestleMania for the very first time.
The new champs, I should say.
But again, the
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about their power level?
This power level is fucking abysmal right now. Ooh, front face slam.
What the fuck was that? Was that a blockbuster? Was that the natural selection? It looks like she just shoved her in the back.
Yeah. Didn't really connect on it.
Didn't get all of that one.
Yeah, ooh.
Modified. It's modified. Modified natural selection.
There isn't anything natural about that anymore.
Modified plastic selection.
Yeah. Surgical selection, baby.
With glitter.
It's over 420, pal.
Brandon, are you a Blazer?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to be celebrating tomorrow. Uh-oh. Nope.
Ow, one of my faces.
It's counter for counter, power for power.
He gave out a bit.
Good God.
It's about whose flame is going to give out first.
And Charlotte off the second turnbuckle.
And off that turnbuckle there, Cole.
A critical move.
Right now, Jade Cargill is in the back just shrugging like.
Set shot.
at least that wasn't me.
Back of the head of Charlotte Flair ricocheting against that second buckle. The right call whiplash.
You're crazy, Vet. She isn't in the back anymore. She's already at the party.
This deep into a match.
All right, she's at the party shrugging.
In position. This should be Tiffany Stratton.
Did she lose some teeth in that damn thing?
Stratton over clean, pal.
Oh my God, you're right. Did she?
Yeah, I don't know, but her teeth look all fucking jacked up. Look at that. She got busted up.
Damn.
Hey, you know what? If I'm her, I'd run with that. I got into a fight with Charlotte Flair, and I came out with the champion.
I don't know. They look pretty jacked up, man.
I would hate to get my front teeth smashed for this shitty match. If this was Brett and Austin WrestleMania 13, yeah.
Dr. Isaac Yankum not even there to fit.
Oh.
I guess it could be a booking in. She could go out and get like her own assistant, her own personal dentist, and bring in Britt Baker. She's looking for work.
Ooh, if Britt Baker ever gets released from her contract, that would be a great way to bring her in.
Oh, I thought she was. I can't keep track of that shit anymore.
Well, it's very shady over there, you see. Even though I was assured years ago they don't run a sloppy shop, but that could have changed.
Oh, it's kumbaya over there, man. It's for the boys and girls, by the boys and girls.
Did you
know?
know?
She got jacked.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. She looks like Isaac Yankum.
Oh, dude, she's got a huge chip. There might be two of them fuckers chipped.
I wonder where that happened.
If I'm Tiffy, I'm running with that to give like my character a more like a rougher edge.
No, that is not marketable at all. She's a gorgeous blonde. We don't want to be staring at a jacked up grill. You're getting that shit fixed immediately. Well, no, after your social media post to show how tough you are.
Well, this is just an opportunity to sell more merchandise. Diamond Grill Barbie.
Oh, yeah, like when Cody had the mask.
Ooh, I like that. That's great. Ooh,
got the diamond grill.
I like that. Ooh, that's even better. I like that.
Well, I do know this. It is not toothy time.
Toothy time.
I like the grill there. I like that.
Give me Street Fighter Barbie, pal.
Hey, there you go. You gonna hit this up, Brandon?
Oh, Sinners?
No, Backlash coming to you.
Oh no, there's no way I could afford that. Like that one guy had that one and that one sign that would financially ruin me.
Dude, go work the gimmick, man. Sneak into that shit. I did that at a Raw one time. I knew how to get through the employee entrance at the arena there. I was in the building for like an hour and a half, and then they figured out I wasn't supposed to be there, and they threw me out.
Yeah, a lot of that. When it comes to from my understanding, like I know people who have done that before. People who have actually done that in like back in TNA when they were in the Asylum days. They would do that. They'd be like pretend like they were part of the show. Like, oh yeah, we're here. And just act like they belong, and that everybody goes along with it.
You could go to their website and apply to be extra talent too.
Oh yeah, that too. I with that.
If you want to run out in front of Jacob Fatu or some other wrestler and say, "No, please, sir, please," get paid a couple $100.
They pay that well on those? Not surprised they pay those people at all.
They did a while ago.
Oh yeah, I know
guys. Now.
Yeah, I know guys who have been extras and they've shown like their check. Show me their checks. Like like $200.
I just figured that why pay those people? They would do it for free.
Something about liability. I don't know. My WrestleMania paycheck was $250.
What WrestleMania were you at? This is another story. I think I do know this. Never mind. But you can tell it again.
23, Detroit.
Detroit, baby. Hall of Fame. You mean the Triple H happy variety show?
Hall of Fame. I'm just gonna say this. I don't care if anybody doesn't like it, but I understand. I understand how people feel from a certain perspective, but at the same time, it is Triple H. Like, should he not make a big deal out of it, or should he not let other people make a big deal out of it? He is fucking Triple H. He spent hundreds of hours on our televisions and being in main events and shit, regardless of why or how it happened. Like, what are you just gonna sweep Triple H under the rug and then what? Is Michelle McCool the headliner? Like, what do you?
No, I'm not
you guys
suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that, but you look at the breakdown, the attention that was put into this thing. You can tell they put little to no effort in the underclass there. Every show. Sometimes multiple times on a show, the only vignette, the only promo you got for it was the Triple H one.
Yeah.
What did he talk for? Like over like 90 minutes or something like that last night?
But again, what are your options? Do you want John Tenta's family to take 45 minutes? I'm just saying, like, regardless if it was set up to be the Triple H show, even if it was, it's still Triple H. So you should not gloss over Triple H, regardless of anybody's personal feelings. It's fucking Triple H, so it should be a big deal. And what does anybody do anyway? Like, whenever the normal Hall of Fame comes on, everybody complains about what time it's on, how long it runs, how nobody cares, nobody knows these people. Like, everybody bitches about everything. And then when Triple H is like, it's his turn to go in the Hall of Fame, he's like, oh, Triple H, the egomaniac, this fucking guy, it's all about him. He thinks he's so, like, well, yes, isn't that the whole gimmick that he's always had? First of all, isn't that true to his gimmick anyway?
He is the game, the king of kings.
Look, Triple H
There was a little bit of it that came up to me though, as it was almost like he was reaffirming, giving a resume to the new powers that be that sit above him that they need him to run this company.
I mean, maybe that's good conspiracy theory. I know that's something that, like, for example, Ben Hameen would believe, right?
You mean the guy that I do most of my shows with and learn from?
Yeah, you think? But conversely, I mean, I look at it as, and again, this isn't me like praising it. It's me observing it. I look at Triple H as a guy who started out wanting to be a wrestler and then realizing at some point a light bulb went off in his head. It's like, I could run this whole thing. Like I could take this over. And he did like the moment he realized that, he did everything it took to make that happen. Like, even I was talking about it with Ray. We were discussing it on Next Level. It's even as far back as just making friends with Scott and Kevin and Sean. Like, I will take these degenerates, pun intended. I will drive them around. I will be the clean one. I will get in with
out of
them.
their mind, carry every bag.
I will get in with them. They will be my in to Vince. They will keep me with them. They will shepherd me through this. And when they either self-destruct and I can't help them anymore, or when they move on, or whatever happens, or they die, I will still be over. I will continue. I will have my career. I can learn to love Stephanie. Like, all this stuff is just an elaborate plan so that he could do this one day. And he fucking went and did it.
I might have just found a good voice, but I might have just found my pop of the night. I don't know if you guys noticed this. So cool, got some cleavage going there. I don't think Stone Cold has changed his clothes from yesterday at the Hall of Fame. It looks like the shirt is just right. His coat still has stains on it from something. It looks like it's been wrinkled. He looks like he's been out all night. I think he's wearing the same thing that he had on at the Hall of Fame last night.
Oh, look, is that?
Well, you said his name.
That's an off the rack suit. So it's not like he does this often.
You think back in wardrobe or something, they'll be like, "Hey, Steve, here's a new jacket, man." No, I still got some Steve Weisers, and I'm going to suck out of that later.
Yeah, that handshake between Brett and Triple H is kind of awkward.
Everything with Brett is awkward.
I think that handshake was awkward. Let me tell you about Bill Goldberg. Bill Goldberg couldn't shake somebody's hand without breaking every bone in it.
All the kids today, they emulate my handshake.
Yeah, it's kind. I am kind of disappointed to see, like, some of the things that Brett says and does at times, because it's like,
dude, Stone Cold, I think
you're better than this,
partying the whole time, dude. I love it. That is my WrestleMania moment.
Yeah, Stone Cold looks like he's been having a great time in Vegas, pal. Whoop whoop.
I wonder if they just let him drive the ATV everywhere there. Like, he just gets like a pass for the weekend to do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, that's a good question, Gruss. Where's Lex?
He couldn't walk out there. They didn't have a wheelchair ramp, but he couldn't walk anymore. He saved it. He could just do it that one time.
Oh, but they could get 2 cars up there, though?
You know what? They keep showing the outside of this arena, and there's like no cars there. Where did all these people park?
I don't know if I'm getting it. Shout out to EO Sky.
The EO Sky is going to have a big opportunity tomorrow to prove that she's not an afterthought. She'll kick off WrestleMania Sunday in a triple threat match against Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley.
Who you guys liking for that Orton pick tomorrow?
They're on the left on the strip in Lawson.
Ooh.
Tomorrow, highlighted by the final.
I kind of got a 1A and a 1B. 1A is Nick Aldis. 1B is Rusev.
That
I haven't spent any time thinking about it.
yeah, it's just, I'd be all right with all this, I guess. But Rusev or I heard Aleister Black. Neither one of those do anything for me.
It should have been. It would have been cool for it to be all this, but as it stands at this current moment,
Right.
that would be stupid.
Yep. It would have been great with a little bit of storytelling. Let us know about all this, because a good portion of this audience have no clue what the hell he's done.
Well, they should have been breadcrumbing it since he got there years ago. Like it shouldn't even it shouldn't be all at the last second. It should be, you know what I mean? Like we should have been thinking about it being possible for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you were never actually going to do it, why not tease it anyway?
You always had that card you could play.
Yeah. What's the harm? So
I like that one. I like Uncle Howdy.
Ooh, that's I'll give it a thumbs up for creative. I haven't heard anyone mention that. Would you do it in the ring, or would you have Howdy invite Orton to come backstage and go into a cinematic style?
I would definitely.
There's no way they could get a cinematic done in time, I don't think, unless they pulled some serious teeth.
Well, they know KO is going to be out for a while.
That is true.
Couple of weeks. Get your ass working on it. Top-notch production company with all the assets in the world. Get the fucking shit done.
I mean, yeah, if South Park can do what they do.
2 weeks.
Yep.
You know what? I just do that. Just have it in a South Park universe. Have him take on the Rad Russian. Or the girl that's addicted to abortions.
Give me El Polo Loco, pal.
Yes, there we go.
He's going to be El Grande Americano's next big feud.
You fucked my girl, Edge.
There is actually a restaurant or a chicken place called El Polo Loco.
Mm-hmm. Popular place, isn't it?
That's not common knowledge.
Yeah, I thought everybody knew that.
Oh, shit.
Fucking Missouri, man.
Cracker.
Yeah,
The year is 2025. I don't know what the billboards say down there.
Actually,
your math goes all the way up to 25.
What were you saying, Brandon?
I actually got to visit a Mexican version of there when I wrestled in Mexico, and I think it was like 11 years ago.
Oh, El Pollos Hermanos.
Yeah, it was actually delicious too. Like, dude, that was some of the best chicken I've ever had. As far as fast food chicken goes. And that sugarcane Pepsi, bro.
I've only had the Coca-Cola. I didn't know there was a Pepsi version of it. I'm learning all sorts of things today. A very productive Saturday for me.
Yeah, and I think in like some grocery store chains, like in the international aisles, they'll have the like Mexican Coke and Pepsi with the real sugarcane in there.
Yep.
Yeah, here a lot of the Mexican places will carry it.
Oh, nice.
Like it comes in the glass bottle.
Yeah. I always love the glass bottles. Like that just felt like that's like the right way to drink soda.
The only thing that sucks is you have to pay per beverage though, because you don't get refills on them. I have the ad version up, I guess, because I am getting all these extras, which I don't know if I mind.
It's just a package.
That's what I figured.
It's the total package, pal.
Yeah. Well, not here at the Hall of Fame.
Right. Yeah. That is a good question. I wonder where the hell he's at.
Well, the Hall of Fame class for the year I was there had Mr. Fuji, and he was in a wheelchair the whole time. So, you know, wheelchairs are no excuse.
Oh, nice, dude. That's awesome.
What does it say here? They have Pepsi fountain at the store. That is the cane sugar version. Is that right, or is it just the extra syrupy? Because if you can alter the syrup output on those things, and it's freaking amazing. Oh, the flamer with a flamethrower.
He's burning it down, pal. I've never had Mexican Sprite. That's on the bucket list.
You know what would be great here, Seth freaking Rollins? You're in a triple threat. You can't get disqualified. Just use that thing.
Yep. Darby Allin, this hoe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You live in Texas, Cross.
Did anyone else's screen go black? Or is it? Okay, there we go. Oh, now he's Jesus.
Remember, he's the savior of the wrestling business. He's gonna save wrestling from these two assholes.
Yeah, this.
Let's see what his revving it up meter gets to. Overheated, maxed out.
The funny thing is, for anybody that's played that game, overheat is actually a bad thing. You don't want to be in overheat.
Yeah, doesn't that mean?
I know for the context of this, it sounds good.
I mean, doesn't that usually mean in a racing game that's when you have to pull over and stop and sit there like a jackass for a while?
Pretty much, yeah.
I can't remember the last racing game that I played, but that's usually the concept.
What is your video game credentials, RBV?
Super Nintendo, buddy. That's
Super
like my
Nintendo,
that's
Sega
like my
Genesis.
that's
When
my
I was
new
dead broke,
that's
I
like
couldn't
my
picture
newest
this.
ones. Yes. NES. The ones that I still have: NES, Super Nintendo, and my Genesis. Those are the ones that I still have. I did at one point own a PlayStation 1. Only had a handful of games for it. I think every game I had for it was either a football game or a wrestling game, and I misplaced it and moving somewhere. I did enjoy the wrestling games for the PlayStation, though.
I mean, it was what we had at the time.
All right. Let's see. What was it? WCW versus the World. I like that one. It was just so cool because it was like the first one where you had like more than like 10 or 8 to 12 people that you could select.
Yes.
Now, granted, though, I mean, like sometimes back then, because we didn't, have that wide reach of knowing who everyone on the globe was. So you only had like the 8 guys from WCW that you knew, and you had to go figure out who the hell like the other 40 fucking people were.
Yeah, because because they didn't have the licenses, they were like renamed versions of people, like if you know type deal.
Yeah, instead of like like Muda was like Buddha, so you kind of knew who the Japan guy was, but
yeah,
there was another one that I liked. It had a guy named Area 51, Power Move Wrestling.
Power Move Wrestling.
I like that.
I played that one.
And I wasn't an overly big Genesis guy, but I'm a huge Duke fan, so I had to have Coach K basketball. But I really did enjoy that game, so that's why I continued to hang on to that, because I'll break that out. I was actually just playing it last month because of March Madness.
Yeah, Genesis sort of, in their attempt to compete with Nintendo, they shifted into being like the sports game system.
Mm-hmm.
They had those things like the Joe Montana football. A lot of the Maddens and NHLs from Electronic Arts were like bigger sellers on the Genesis.
I liked the NHLPA games were good, man. That's when hockey hit that hot streak there in that mid '90s. Those were good games. Of course, like you said, the Maddens were great for the Genesis. A couple of the WWE games were a little bit better. I think they had better player selection.
Yeah, the Genesis version of the Royal Rumble was much better, I think.
Someone from our own Hameen Media Group there. No coincidence that Seth Rollins' entrance on Easter weekend.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh. So give yourself credit. Just yell it here.
Yeah, you said.
I didn't want to interrupt you guys.
No, man. It's don't be giving credit to our HR assholes. I'll probably get called into HR Monday morning now because of that. Hey, this is the first time in a long time he's walked this walk on his own. No walrus, no bloodline.
He's not all alone. RBV. The Ulafala is there.
He's got them hot peppers, those hot ones.
That's right. He's got his ancestors on video right here, accompanying him. And in fact, some could say this is his greatest walkout ever.
Okay, that's actually really cool. How they had, yeah, I like that. That's pretty sweet.
Speaking of the family ties, I did like when the Fatu win, how they had Haku come out there.
Yeah,
kind of cool to see him there.
It's always cool to see Haku.
Although, but you couldn't help to, your mind immediately goes to like, could Haku just get in there and just kill both of these guys right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Still,
yeah, he probably could, but I have to wonder, since he didn't even get in the ring at all.
If he can get up there.
I hope everything's all right with him, health wise.
You guys see that video of Haku seeing Shockmaster for the first time?
I saw him laughing. I saw him just laughing. I didn't see the whole video, but I saw him just laughing at it.
That's pretty much what it was.
He's like, I love you, Fred Ottman, but
the best ever was from the what was it? Legends of Wrestling roundtables they used to do on 24/7. When Dusty was talking about it, talking about Cody, be like, I think that's Uncle Fred.
All right, that's good.
He just fell on his ass, which he did.
That's Uncle Fred. That's classic.
Dude, that was the best. That show was the best thing WWE's maybe ever done as far as like extra supplemental content. The Legends of Wrestling roundtables with JR as the moderator or whatever, and they would just go around and there's old guys shooting, pretty much. So it was as close to that as you could get without
before all our internet
the heavy hand of WWE like stifling all the truth out of it. Like there still was a little bit of being careful about certain things, but they just had cigars and they were just letting loose. Like,
so it probably goes back to one of those things that you had taught us about earlier, where they just went ahead and okayed this thing. Vince signed off on it and had no idea what was happening.
No, nobody. No.
Well, you gotta remember, this is the same company that had no idea Stevie Richards was running his own angle of Stevie Night Heat, and it wasn't found out until Stephanie walked in on him while they're shooting a vignette.
That's just because that's just when you know you're good.
Don't let these tattoos.
What we got here?
I'm a man of great discipline. I don't drink. I'm straight edge.
Straight edge, man. Oh, Vet, are you tearing up? That bring back memories.
I thought this guy was a fucking asshole.
That seems to be the
I think we're
popular
just
opinion.
in reality. 20 20 years after the fact, like when I look back on it, it's kind of just like one of those. I honestly feel like it's just one of those like. I mean, there was never any animosity between us personally, but I think it was just a case of like familiarity breeds contempt a little bit.
Just
I
know
think
he's
we're
a prick.
two sides of the same coin. The difference between me and CM Punk in a lot of ways, the biggest difference is just that, like, if I'm having a bad day, I don't take it out on people. You know, like people won't know I'm having a bad day, but he definitely will. Like you will know that Punk is having a bad day. He can be very nice too. He's a cool guy when it's cool. You know, but being a really like a genuinely cool guy means you're a cool guy no matter what the situation is. You know, you don't treat people that you don't know differently because of what's going on in your life. I think that's the biggest difference between me and him. Other than that, we share a lot of similar ideas and philosophies, I think. I mean, I was straight edge. I didn't know what that meant or that there was a term for it. I just didn't.
Right.
I was just square. I didn't.
You're just a dork.
Yeah.
It's hip to be square.
Yeah.
Let's see here. 10:20 East. I was thinking to myself this whole time, out in Vegas, this would be like kind of cool. This thing would be over by 8 o'clock there, but it looks like we're going to run past that. But they still got plenty of time to have fun tonight.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is pretty cool. All right, that's cool. Yeah, Jelly Roll rocking out. This was my backyard wrestling entrance music.
Yeah.
Before I had ever heard or even known of a CM Punk.
Right.
Back like when this song was first hitting the radio.
Yeah.
First time I ever.
Go ahead.
Oh, first time I ever heard this song was on Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Oh, really?
That makes you a young punk. No pun intended.
Yeah.
And also, I remember buying Green Day American Idiot when it came out late that same year.
Classic. Yeah, I think in many ways, I think CM Punk gets carried by this song. it's one of the greatest songs ever recorded.
It does seem that like his career just went to a whole new trajectory when they added this song in.
Yeah.
Hey man, the music can make the man.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Anytime you hear Glass Break, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
I think someone dropped a vase somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, so
that is one of those where like every time I blow out a candle, I have to do "We're here." No matter what I'm doing with a candle, I do it. Every time I blow it out, immediately I'm like, "We're here." One of my favorites too. This and Edge's song, "Altered Bridge." Like when you actually are out in public and this hits, and you do that look around, and you lock the eyes with the other wrestling loser in the room, and you just kind of yeah. Neither of us get any pussy tonight, dude. Yeah. Yeah. We are the losers. Or when Hendrix hits and you and the only other idiot start doing the Hogan air guitar. The hell are you doing? Rolling around in the garbage?
Look at Paul Heyman. Watch Paul Heyman.
It looks like he's got shit stains on that hoodie.
Poor Heyman, man. To have his heart torn like this, his mind, his heart, his body, his soul going every which way.
Where does his allegiance really lie?
Well, I'll be the first to say,
It's very easy for Heyman, okay? He only has one job tonight.
but perhaps
He doesn't need to be conflicted. He's out there
the entire
with CM Punk.
show
His only concern is managing CM Punk to a win.
WWE
But how is
He
Roman
can
Reigns going to
have
get
feelings later.
How is Roman Reigns going to get those peppers off of his neck?
He's trying it himself.
You can do it, Roman. We
Who
believe.
do I give these to? He's saying to himself right now.
Can we
Who
get
gets
one
their
of
hands on
Trump's?
these bad boys?
Can we get one of Trump's assistants in here to help him?
I guess I'll give it to a ring attendant, but I'm not happy about it.
Can I get Haku back out here?
Yeah. Can I... Oh,
That would be funny if Haku
is
came
that his
in.
manager? Is the necklace going to manage Roman Reigns tonight?
The man who decided to allow Punk's favor to
My tribal chief.
WrestleMania. Being in
Yeah.
Punk's corner, remember, he owed Punk a favor after Punk helped Roman Reigns.
That's an old touch of wrestling that I miss when they would keep the title belts in the corner like that.
CM Punk is just laughing at the sight of the disgust in the eyes of Roman Reigns.
We're on the way for this triple threat main event.
Lab Rat Paul feels like the prettiest girl at the ball right now.
The official in this
You,
match,
my friend, would be the belle of the ball.
3 men tonight. So much history between everyone in this matchup. You need hours to be able to sit through it all. Maybe it's for the animosity and the hatred and the disdain.
An entire generation here in front of our eyes.
CM Punk.
Ooh, Jimmy T messaging me. Reminder for everybody out there to stick with the channel here on YouTube. Jimmy T's going to be hosting the post-show review.
CM Punk showing up at ECW, run by Paul Heyman when he was just a teenager. When he break into the business, he get to Ohio Valley Wrestling. And
Boom! Open it up there.
Heyman's best friend. And all the styles said, we're not working together. Enough issues between you and I, and what we used to have inside the Shield, and now we're underway.
Seth was trying to strike a deal there. It's way too late for that. 10 years of animosity. And CM Punk is quite happy to let these two duke it out.
Punk got hit from behind. Remember, in many ways, Seth Rollins, the obsession by Reigns for Rollins last year.
Beth, did you guys work or spend time training and learning the ins and outs of triple threats through your education at OVW, or was that something they didn't waste a lot of time on? I don't remember that being very prominent there.
No, Rip didn't. He would say shit like, "The fuck is a triple threat match? Do you have 3 boxers in a ring?"
Okay, that's good to say. Hey, it might be entertaining.
And I, like, I agree. Like, I agree with his philosophy. I mean, you could also easily say, do boxers stand on the apron and tag each other in either? But I like,
Right.
But I get the point. Like, it just doesn't.
Fuck, you got 3 boxes. I just imagine him saying that to you guys.
Yeah, Rip was awesome.
Yeah, Rip, but I also don't see the boxers using fucking steel chairs and, like you said, tagging people in and
This is not about a
Right.
championship.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like,
coming out dressed like zombies and
it's hard to find a perfect example, but or a perfect analogy, but like the message is clear that there are some inherently absurd things about these things, so we certainly wouldn't practice it. A lot of Rip's training philosophy, without being explicitly stated, but it's the way I interpreted it as I was absorbing it, was
sets up for a
like, you guys need to really learn to crawl before you can walk. And until you show me that you can even crawl correctly, I'm not even going to entertain the idea of you doing anything else. So everything we did was like, everything we trained and did was like really super basic.
Okay.
And then,
but you get to the point where you get so good at the basics that's getting over with things.
yeah, but in many ways, people they don't get good at the basics. Because the whole time you're supposed to be doing the basics, you're trying to think about like what other stuff you want to do. It's like a lot of people are just marks because they just see what they saw on TV and they want to copy that and they're upset
immediately.
Between these two.
The important thing with the basics is you need to have them ingrained in you so that once you get to a certain point, you start doing more complicated stuff. If something ever goes wrong and you get lost, you have those basics to fall back on that you can just muscle memory fall into and buy yourself time to get back on track.
Unless that guy's handicapped, he is committed to sitting in that seat. Hey, for what he paid, I don't blame him. I wouldn't be getting my ass up.
The seat ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I can't blame him.
Yeah, I'm gonna put down that
my $2,500 novelty chair.
I'm gonna put down this heavy ass stanchion to hit you with a light garbage can.
Yeah. Conveniently placed garbage can as well.
Mm-hmm. Just so happen to be that kind they don't really use anymore.
Right. Hey, you know what? Hey, they got a bunch of them sitting there, so maybe they did plan ahead here.
And it has to be brand new and shiny, like they just picked it up from Home Depot.
There's another one sitting there.
Yeah, we don't have time for all these Rubbermaid garbage cans. We're not doing that.
Yeah, we're an event center. We don't use things on wheels, that are easy for our staff to, stack or pick up. Hey, on that, I'll give a little shout out here on the live watch along to a part of the unsung heroes of WrestleMania. We appreciate you too. The event staff that has to clean this up afterwards and get ready to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yeah, especially with all those, fans in the tents. Like, who knows what kind of messes they're leaving behind.
Hey, there's one. There's a real garbage can.
Is there a regular one there?
You'll see it in a second.
Oh, there it is. Yep, I've seen it.
Seth Rollins really going to see it.
Yeah, that you could actually tell that's the event can. Now that's just poor attention to detail.
Oh yeah, because that one's plastic, has a liner in it and filled with trash.
With our breakdown of the event staff and the trash receptacles, I completely forgot about Roman Reigns.
Yeah, so if you notice throughout the show, none of this happened. You see what I mean? Like, nobody was out in the crowd fighting. Nobody was using garbage cans. Like, they saved it for this.
For the main event.
Yeah.
They didn't pick all the fruit off the tree throughout the rest of the show.
Right. And who knows? Maybe that was CM Punk walking through being a locker room leader and telling people, hey, I'm going to do this in my match. I don't want to see any of this bullshit out there tonight.
That is a major point there, because for the undercard here, everything relatively inside the ring, except for a few quick spots for the rollouts and things like that.
Mm-hmm. And tomorrow is going to be the street fight, right?
With the Sin City street fight.
Oh, excuse me. Well, then it better fucking not be in this building. I better see people fighting in the casinos. They better go over to Sam's Town.
You got to go into one of the big fountains.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see a fight into a brothel. I want to see a Godfather cameo in that brothel.
Oh yeah, I like to see that, man. Go into it. Well, isn't the legalized prostitution? That's like so far away from where they're at here. It's like over an hour away or something like that.
Well, then that's where they should have the match.
Yeah, like it starts out in Las Vegas and then drive out to Reno.
Oh yeah, do
And
one
it
of those
goes
where you start
cinematic.
the match and then we have like a couple other matches and we're following it all around the desert.
Yeah. Why
Then
not?
eventually, like Damian Priest, since he is the Metro Undertaker, just like buries Drew McIntyre out in the middle of the desert somewhere.
Ooh, I like that.
But I just want the spot where they go into the Bunny Ranch and you see, is he still alive? I don't even know. Dennis Hoff sitting there with all the ladies, and then they pan by, and then there's the Godfather sitting at the end, enjoying a cocktail.
Mm.
I used to love that show on HBO, The Bunny Ranch, which followed Dennis Hoff's Chicken Ranch. It was just pretty much like a reality show of people just going and renting hookers, and then they'd have cameras in the rooms, and then they'd interview the girls about how much they charge for what they offer, and the little drama of the girls trying to get selected, who's making the money, who's the preferred girlfriend to Dennis, and then the madam. It was a pretty interesting show. I liked it.
Wow, yeah. Oof. Yeah, it does sound like you could get some good content out of that.
That was running the same time that Entourage debuted, so I was one of those nerds.
Did it get the lead in?
Oh yeah.
Face of Seth Rollins, and now it's CM Punk who is starting to build momentum in the matchup.
Amazing job by CM Punk.
Yeah, us overweight, unattractive, 20-something-year-old Midwest losers thinking we were Entourage going out on Friday night,
WrestleMania.
Entourage.
Throwing knees, running knees.
Punk now is gaining control.
Punk is spoiled for choice. You got two dead bodies in there.
Wait a minute. Punk now. Oh, DDT, and an inverted DDT. Philippine Rollins and Reigns. Vintage Punk.
How old is Punk now? 46, 47?
That's a good question. Let me check. I have to guess.
Dennis Hoff is passed away. All right. Thank you, Gross. I thought I heard that he had passed away, but I wasn't completely sure.
He is 46.
46 years old.
Damon is Punk now.
When's his birthday? You still have it up?
Yeah, I can pull up real quick. October 26, 78. So he will turn 47 this year.
All right. 47 for the Punkster. I'm trying to do the math. All right, I'll be 46 this year. I will give it to him because there is no way I want to be doing any of this at our age.
He probably didn't think he would be. I'm sure he doesn't want to.
And I've been noticing a weird trend in wrestling like the last 10, 15 years. It seems like 40 is the new 30.
Is a decade a trend?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know because
you do see the guys sticking around a little longer or living even longer. I mean, a lot of them were dying at this age.
Well, yeah, it's just that I think what Brandon's kind of saying is like when guys like Hogan and Piper and everybody were turning to like 42, 43, they were washed up. Like they were basically ancient,
Right.
But that's like basically a lot of the top guys are that or older here.
And they can still go at a top level.
Right. So, yeah, but so and those guys back then, the reason that they were the way they were wasn't because they were old, it's because that's the way they were. It's not like Roddy Piper was ever like coming off the top rope and, doing planches and shit like that. He's
Right.
he's a punch kick. Hogan Hogan's been like mechanically, Hogan was the shits ever since he started and never got any better. It's just, you know, that it's not like those guys were ever going to be something. They didn't lose anything because they were older. So
Well, you had the difficult, or not the difficult, the different, I guess, physical wellness awareness as well. I mean, you look at the difference in their builds. For the big guys back then were, yeah, the barrel shaped big guys, you know, instead of the cut ripped individuals that we see today.
yeah, but we had variety of body types back then too. I mean,
Yeah, I guess that is fair. I mean, you had
you
like
would
your
look you would look at
warlords,
Lanny Poffo today and think he's huge, but he was
he
doing
was the
moonsaults
high
and shit.
flyer back then.
Yeah, he was doing moonsaults and shit before most people. So
It is kind of fun. Like you even look at somebody like Waltman, you know, who back then was like, oh my God, this guy is tiny in comparison. And now you look at his measurements and you throw him in that AEW roster and he's the super heavyweight of the group.
Yep.
Yeah. He could be the AEW champion, believably.
Well, anyone could be now, but
yeah, one thing I think sometimes we tend to lose a little perspective on things, but some things were always, you know, some things were always the way they are and are still are, but we just kind of forget about it because we just remember certain things about the past, you know.
and a lot of well, speaking of lifestyles, though, you know, even the cocaine, the drugs, the alcohol consumption seems like it was a lot more accepted and pushed into lifestyles back then. We don't hear as much about it today. We got more of your, as Fett said it, which we didn't know existed back then, but you have a lot more of that straight edge in your video gamers. And
yeah, I mean, people still do drugs and stuff. It's just that the drugs change,
right?
And people know because it's like, you know, a lot of the deadly cocktail from the previous generation was like alcohol, pills, steroids, and coke. If you did 3 of the 4 of those, you probably could survive. A lot of people did all 4. They're dead.
Right. And these days it's kind of more like, unless you're, depending on what circles you're running in, seems like a lot of the guys is like, you know, okay, since weed's legal in a lot of states, we're just gonna go to our hotel room or just smoke weed, chill, and play video games.
Right. They were smoking weed back then too, but that wasn't as dangerous as the other stuff. Like, because oh my God, that was tight.
That big spear?
No, watch what Seth does.
Oh, damn. Oh,
you see him? He caught it.
Caught him into the pedigree.
Ooh.
That was a close one.
But yeah, so like if you were in the 80s doing steroids and cocaine, for example, that's a tremendous strain on your heart. Like a tremendous. Steroids, okay. Coke, okay. Both, don't.
And then add in booze and pain pills.
Right. You know, that's those 2. So like,
and sucking down quarter pounders and Big Macs at every freaking stopper, you know, when you're hitting the road, gas station food.
Right, all that greasy food you're taking in too.
Yeah, even guys that ate clean, like you could eat clean or whatever, but you're putting your body through it. It's just not.
What a time to be alive in the business.
Yep.
The architect, the visionary, Rollins looking to go up top. Roman Reigns is in trouble. Rollins now making it to the top rope.
Battered. Late in this match. Took his time getting up there.
Seth Rollins.
Go to sleep.
Nobody home.
Paul Heyman.
You ain't gonna pin Roman on that. You guys notice the guy dressed as Kane without the mask? Like the old, like accounting looking dude? He's like third row back to the right on the hard cam.
CM Punk had his WrestleMania moment.
All right, I'm even gonna give this guy this. Like he spent $5,000 or whatever to sit there. Great, buddy, you're having the time of your life, but who in their right fucking mind wakes up and decides I'm gonna fucking wear this out anywhere?
Kick out from Roman Reigns.
Punk down center of the ring with Reigns.
Kind of guy who would spend $5,000 on wrestling.
It's changed.
I mean, at that point, you obviously don't care what people think of you.
Big frame.
Hey, baby, go back to my like. You're not even gonna pick up a hooker with that.
Everybody's got a price.
All three of these men showing massive signs of wear and tear as we get into the deepest of deep water in this WrestleMania Saturday main event.
All three of them have had moments where they were walking out of here with their hand raised. All three of them have had moments where they were 1, 2, 3. This is going anybody's way.
But do you have any preference with actual wrestling boots as opposed to the sneakers with the covers on them?
What do you mean as far as what I want to look at on television?
Either way, like in the ring, what do you want to look at? You know, like what Seth's got here.
Well, you got to do what you feel comfortable with first and foremost, but I prefer the ankle support that a boot provides. Because of the nature of the canvas, the fact that one, it is a canvas, and two, there's foam rubber right underneath it. I don't want to take any chance of rolling my ankle if I can help it.
Or one of those crazy little boards takes a weird wiggle on you.
Even if the boards don't, like if you're walking on cushion, it like it's not a solid surface, so you have to like, you know. I prefer the ankle support. Now you can wear sneakers, but I would highly suggest that Seth Rollins and Roman and Punk, because none of these guys are wearing wrestling boots, I would highly suggest that all three of these guys are probably either taping up their ankles or they've got ankle braces underneath. Just
so there's some kind of reinforcement there. Yep, you knew we were getting this, the shield spot.
Or
Ooh, suckered me right in. Solo bomb now. That was smart. I like that little touch to have Roman punch him in the fucking face.
A defenseless Seth Rollins who got sucker punched. Oh, look out, get up, six in his eyes. Is cleaning up, going ready, destroying everything.
shot of Paul. Get the shot of Paul.
That's what you need. There you go.
Come on, Lee Fitting, you monkey. Leave that young lady alone and get the shot.
Tables rated E for everyone.
Like shit, man. Got some good looking teeth though.
Not at all. Page felt betrayed. Punk set back into the ring.
How sweet would it be if Roman Reigns brought CM Punk to the sword in front of his turncoat, former Wiseman?
By the way, Henry, this is all your fault. This is all your fault, Paul.
Oh, come on. Why are you being a dick to Paul? It's like this ain't his fault. Like, how could he have seen this coming?
You leave Paul Heyman alone, you son of a bitch. Oh!
Get out of that guillotine and now he's
The Punk transition was kind of awkward there. Like you're kind of forcefully having your way with a girl there.
Sir, are you a trained MMA fighter?
Well, I know, sir. No, I'm not.
Oh.
Critical moment in this match. And Seth Rollins back involved.
Was Seth thinking in that this one was over?
Rollins trying to turn things around.
Why is Seth Rollins going for a sharpshooter?
Because he wants Punk to suffer the indignity of losing to his hero's move.
Yes.
I thought it was weird. I don't know. For some reason, I started thinking Montreal Screwjob finish.
No, I immediately thought the same thing Vet was saying there. Just the insult to the injury.
It's just that deep psychology that the architect employs in all of his matches.
Did it seem like kind of like Roman was trying to hit
boom
Moxley's finish on Rollins there for a second?
Maybe, but
what is Moxley's finish? I don't even remember anymore.
Double underhook DDT.
Oh yeah. The old Death Rider.
Paul Heyman's going through it. Look at him. Okay. Oh man. Paul Heyman should be in picture the entire time.
Yes.
Like, why aren't they?
And just not like the square one. I want like the little bubble one, like the old school one.
Yeah. What do we know though? You know.
Or we could bring back that maximeter that we had, but it's his blood pressure.
Blood pressure, yeah.
And then when he overheats, he has to go sit down.
Well, he's overheated right now.
Yeah, someone get him some Prime.
Yeah, the hydration station is right there.
Right.
I mean, it did get knocked over, but I'm sure there's still some liquid left in some bottles.
Poor guy, man. Somebody get this guy a Prime.
His eyes as Punk continues the attack on Rollins.
Roman down. Rollins.
Broken bodies everywhere you look. Who can summon something special
Look at your lighter.
to grab victory?
Thinking of the physical
Fish hook him.
exertion that these men have gone through in this match.
That was weird.
Yeah. Fuck this. I'm 47 years old. I ain't picking this fucker up.
To go to sleep. Seth Rollins not going to allow it to happen.
Watch Seth fish hook him. Oh, the Kane guy got his own shot. Seth fish hooking him, but nothing came of it.
Yeah. Kane guy, now he's definitely getting laid tonight. He's famous.
That's gotta be Kane.
Well, CM Punk once again got into the world, but without a missed beat, rather with the spear followed up with a recoil stop instinctive From
At the risk of getting in trouble, it looks more like Shinskane.
Right?
Paul Heyman doing.
I think one of those a overly black guys that are standing there too. I think those might be with the Kill Tony gang.
Talks are roaring in the brand of the wise.
Slow, dramatic.
No, that's actually him moving at full speed right now, Bet.
Oh, I see. Horse with a chair.
Jelly Roll with that true look of concern on his face there.
Oh. Now Roman's gonna cry.
Damn, Paul. Why, Paul? Roman, it's not like I guess
Don't
now
do
that
it.
Stone
he-
loyalty from Paul Heyman.
whew, that ain't straight edge.
Our tribal chief.
All of Roman Reigns' Christmas is just 10 minutes.
Dude, I love the reactions from some of the fans in those early rows there. This is great. That black lady is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of where they need to go with Roman. Like his babyface turn kind of went nowhere. It's yeah.
You're gonna do it again.
And now all of a sudden you have Punk and Rollins being strange bedfellows.
No, hold on. More walrus shenanigans.
Wait, what?
It's exactly what everybody said was gonna happen.
Oh, Paul's actually with Rollins. Okay.
All right, now give us the ultimate swerve and have Lesnar's music hit. I do like how Rollins just completely doesn't even look back. Like, yep, just how I planned it.
Like him.
Oh,
and Paul
great!
were-
Now we're gonna have to listen to an hour of Jimmy T talking about how he called one of three possible fucking outcomes.
Yeah. Yep, Jimmy called it along with half the other people I heard talking about it.
He's over in the chat already doing it. He's already beating his chest on it. Oh man, it's all coming back to Roman, man. Deja vu. And now Seth and Becky will name Paul the godfather of their kid.
Well, Seth Rollins has just one a meaningless match, basically.
He won the Walrus, baby.
I mean, Paul Heyman could have just decided to go with Seth Rollins without agreeing to any of this if he wanted. He could have been he could have had a very stress-free couple of weeks here.
This is all the manipulation game of Paul Heyman, the mastermind.
I see.
Now, that lady who was just shocked about him beating up CM Punk is clapping for this.
And into this match, nobody saw coming. CM Punk with his terrific
I think the one thing I've learned in all these years of just watching wrestling, doing shows with other fans, getting these front row master classes from people that have been there like the vet. The one thing I would take away in professional wrestling is to wear a cup.
Right.
Who you are, it's the great equalizer.
No, but even when when you've got the strength, the tensile strength of Paul Heyman, you can really just jam that cup right into the pelvic floor and cause catastrophic damage to your reproductive organs.
With that crushing, flexing moment would just collapse the cup, even causing even more harm.
Yes.
Maybe a castration, if you will.
Right.
Even with a cup, I'm going to kick your balls so hard they're going to rattle around the inside of your skull like dice in a Yahtzee cup.
Paul Heyman, a destroyer of crotches. Well, it is official. Paul Heyman gets around that locker room more than Tammy Lynn Cinch.
Heyo!
Oh, Punk laughed. The referee said something to Punk and he laughed. Look. Watch.
Yep. Great camera work there. Probably talking about that guy dressed like Kane.
Yep.
If anybody asked if I was Punk, anybody asked, I would say I was sobbing. I was sobbing over the betrayal.
Yes.
It wasn't laughing, it was hitching and sobbing.
Someone just told him that his muffins have arrived for the presser.
Ah.
All right, well, gentlemen, I believe that is it for us here tonight, correct?
Yes, sir.
I still have some footage of Paul Heyman glowering and Seth Rollins making a face, but
oh, okay, I got cut. Maybe they cut back to it. Mine, you got the bonus footage. Mine went to hyping the WrestleMania 9 special.
I see. Yeah. It's just right for anybody else that's got the RBV feed. It's just Seth walking back up. They're playing his music. He's walking up. He's looking at the sign. He looks at the word WrestleMania. Paul Heyman's under the sign.
Oh.
He waits for Seth Rollins. Paul Heyman extends his hand. Seth Rollins shakes it. This is like the Mega Powers. Seth still has a chair. He raises Seth's hand. Seth's other hand raises the chair. It's a deadly trio. An unholy three, if you will. A chair, Seth Rollins, and Paul Heyman. There's some marks off to the side with their phone cameras rolling. Cameraman waiting to catch Seth Rollins for the inevitable documentary. Roman is looking forlorn on the ring apron as if to say, how could this happen? CM Punk sitting up now, realizing everything that's happened. He looks like he has a sobering look of acceptance on his face, and yet his eyes are not dry. He now looks in Roman's general direction. These two men realize they've been had.
They got a lot going on. I've got a lot of commercials here. Apparently, I need to go get a biggie bag, bed at Bally's, and a Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, you can eat in bed while you play video games.
Yes.
Calling out CM Punk, Roman Reigns like strange bedfellows buddy tag team.
Yeah, Seth Rollins doesn't have any people though, so
Got
they're just
the
gonna beat him
man.
up.
Got Becky.
True, but how hard would it be to like pull somebody from somewhere to stick in there?
Well, it wouldn't be hard, but like it does. I guess we don't. You know what? You're right. Wrestling is not about making sense. Let's just do whatever we want. Like for example, let's turn Paul Heyman. No psychology behind it. They're gonna try to spin it some way and explain it, but it doesn't make a fucking lick of sense. It's not believable. It's just a swerve for swerve's sake. And for the record, fuck Booker T.
I was gonna say, whose house? Or Sake's house.
Yeah.
Russo's house.
Yep. All right. Roman has now stood. He's no longer sitting on the apron. He's standing and walking. He can't believe it. He adjusted his pant leg. A lot of stuff going through his mind right now. CM Punk is still sitting, kind of gazing towards Roman, but not really looking at him. He's starting to get up. Now Roman looks back at him finally for the first time. He looks back at CM Punk. Now he looks away. I can't look at this man.
Oh, now they brought it back to me. I get back to the feed. I'm off the commercials.
Oh, you're on it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm there where Roman's kind of stuck in the middle, looking back. Still just that look of disgust and shock.
Punk is in the Playgirl pose right now. He's in the Playgirl cover pose. Referee's still whispering stuff to him, trying to pop him.
It was two low blows by Paul Heyman of all people that take out
Roman with the sad walk.
We got Punk in that Playgirl pose, just like the honey in the bed, and Roman with that walk where he's like a little disgusted that he just did what he had to do, but it's like you already fucked her once, so why don't we just go back and do it again?
Labrat says, "How's Roman's hair? It's out of his eyes. He doesn't need to brush it right now.
Yeah, no
It's a
hair
little
flipping.
dry.
No hair flipping. See if we know anybody of those 61,000+ people sitting there in the audience.
His legs hurt. He looks slightly strained. He
Uh-oh.
favored his leg for a moment. He, we only wrestle once every 6 months. It's tough.
Nah, man, that's where his nut dropped to after Paul crushed it.
Mm-hmm. That's right. His testicle floating somewhere around his quadriceps femoris.
And it completely changes the
Looks back at Punk again.
WWE and
Looks away again. Every time he looks at Punk, it looks like he thinks he shouldn't have done it. Like, I regret looking at him.
Done it all, Triple H, but for right now, just soaked in the aftermath of the triple threat. And Roman Reigns sits back, and you can see.
Is that a real bar over to that side?
Understand what happened
On the set?
as we welcome you outside of EG Stadium to tonight's WrestleMania post show.
Oh, have a Snickers, Roman. You're not you when you've been punched in the balls.
A massive crowd inside of EG Stadium.
I think there's kind of like a weird I think they're kind of trying to build like a weird understanding and like shared experiences between Roman and Punk because they've both been duped and convinced by Paul Heyman to do horrible things because Paul convinced them that it would lead to greatness for them, and he ended up screwing them both.
Still to come. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah, night one scrum, pal. Whoop whoop.
Punk getting his moment. Sure is the site of my worst professional moment in my career when my best friend hit me in the dick, but I'll soak this in. I'll let the people cheer for me. I'll probably never be here again. So let me savor the moment. Triple H told me to. He leaned over and whispered in my ear right before he went out to spit water at the Hall of Fame lineup. He said, Be sure to take it in out there, kid.
Punk must pose.
Back again.
Mhm.
This time in the main event of WrestleMania.
And the look we saw on
100%.
Roman Reigns' face, the look we saw on CM Punk's face, I've never seen that look on either of those men's face. I don't know what they're thinking.
How does Paz feel about the Hogan must pose philosophy? Rick?
He loves it, man. He actually has it on his bedroom ceiling every night, so he gets a different pose. It's like one of those like reflectable things, so he turns his head.
Oh, okay.
Certainly favored that fight legs. All right, we're gonna have to lots of dig in. Let's get right to it and take you through some of the action.
That was a pretty sweet move into the pedigree.
Look, this was my favorite. This reversal was truly incredible. These three
I'll give
men
him
are
that.
their very best this time. I thought it was over right there.
It was over right there as well.
Has he done that before? Does anybody know?
I've never seen that before.
These
Not
have
me
wrestled a
personally.
these guys have wrestled a number of times. Not a great many times, but I know I've seen them wrestle. I don't know if he's ever done that before. I don't recall.
Tiff over clean.
Whether it was the spear, whether it was a GTS like this.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to pop off and go brush my teeth before I get to this post-show thing.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to let everybody on the internet smell your bad breath, right?
I just got that like nacho cheesy thing going on, man. I just want to feel fresh myself.
Gotcha. All right, well,
Gentlemen, thank you. I'll be back in tomorrow for some run-ins for everybody. To the chat there, appreciate strong number staying with us. Hopefully see everybody back tomorrow. If not, have a happy Easter to everybody in the army out there. But join us back here, I don't know, 5 minutes after this ends for more WrestleMania talk. Yay!
Yeet.
And if you're tired of WrestleMania talk, you get about 2 hours of the vet tomorrow talking about the other brand.
barf.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I actually enjoyed AEW this week. So,
Oh, you're the one.
yeah, man, it's good background wrestling noise.
That it is. That it is.
It is. I have found if the less you care about bell to bell, the easier these shows are to watch.
Well, it allows you to skip a massive portion of it if that's the way you feel.
Yes. So, yeah, so it goes from about a 2-hour show to about a 5-minute show. So they're really easy to take in. Like if you take out all of the bell to bell shit, like it wouldn't even be a regular video that you upload on the YouTube. It'd be a short. So you're good to go. All right, gentlemen, I will see you tomorrow.
All right. Goodbye.
I bid you adieu.
Whoop, whoop. All right, I think that's going to do it for us because I'm sure they want to, need the space to do their post show. So yeah, tomorrow night we got, of course, The Wreckage with our boy, The Vet, Jimmy T. And then we'll be back for night 2 of WrestleMania, Monday Locker Room, Raw Watch Along, Impact Attack. So yeah, we'll catch you guys later. Much love. Yeet, yeet. Take
Bye,
care,
everyone.
pal.